I'm gonna head to the little girl's room before we start. Little boy's room, I mean.
Hey, can everybody hear me?
Gotcha. Here you.
Right on.
I've got you.
How's everybody doing today?
David's doing good, Mark.
Hey, Mark.
It's great to hear. Hey, Bob.
God.
Oh, you know, same old, same old. Little bit of a quick update. Our player Fen is just going to take hopefully just a quick session break, maybe a 2-session break, and we'll just sort of be delegating the character to whoever kind of has the fanciest role play, we'll say. Thankfully, he was your mechanic and was a pacifist, so it actually won't be too hard to fill in. Just a little update for y'all. He's doing good. He just has some family trouble.
Hope he's doing okay.
Yeah, he's
A lot of lot of files to download on this one. I'm still downloading files here.
Yeah, and that's going to be the case. Oddly enough, it's a lot of the same files from before. So maybe, you know, if you were low on disk space and wanted to, you could go into your cache and delete the old campaigns file. Since it's really just the same assets.
It just seemed like the other rule set downloaded a lot faster. Just want to make sure that I'm not.
I hope not. It looks like. Let me make sure.
Oh, here, yeah. But now it's moving a little bit more faster.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I have fiber into the house, so I just wondered why it was so slow here.
Well, you know, yeah, it might. You know, don't discount my own internet. The old host problem.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, no problem. I was starting because it was just sitting still for such a long time. I was wondering.
Yeah, this one's really, really solid thing. I'm sorry, what was that?
I was just seeing if we had, if we were gonna go to Fantasy Ground Unity or.
No, just classic. I likely won't be transferring to Unity until it's released full.
Okay. Yeah, I probably asked that question because I wasn't sure whether the new rule set was in Unity or Classic.
Oh no, it's it is in Classic, but it'll port a lot easier to Unity when the time comes. So.
Okay.
Yeah, so this one, the list of stuff. I mean, that old rule set was really a look into the past of Fantasy Grounds as far as where they were at development wise and what they were thinking and their capabilities within their staffing and everything and their their fan and user created support was. It's crazy, you know. There's at that time little things like you couldn't have a double modifier. Right, you had to total all your modifiers up beforehand. So you're playing D&D. You've got any number of your attack bonus plus a flanking bonus plus some other bonus. Well, you would, the computer would have to actually manually add that then roll then do the random number generation, then add it again to it. So, all your rolls took a third extra longer as far as the computation time. It's just crazy little things,
Beautiful.
Yeah, it's pretty nuts how, once you get programs that are 18 years old now, it's like there's a lot of buried crap,
Yeah, I'm sure.
Character sheet so different.
Yeah, so the character sheet's going to be a little bit different.
Yeah, I'm about 3/4 of the way down. All the files downloaded so far.
Okay.
Seems to be picking up speed, maybe.
Yeah, hopefully it doesn't sound.
No, it didn't take me long at all.
Yeah, mine loaded pretty quickly.
Yeah, maybe it's because I'm in the Midwest and it's just slower getting to me.
Yeah, the really biggest difference. I never removed the actions tab on your character sheet, but let's see here. Have you played 50, David? What's your kind of native system? What's your home system on Fantasy Grounds?
Oh, I mainly played 5e.
Okay, cool. So there's so it's going to be a lot similar now, where in your inventory there's going to be like a carried, equipped, not carried toggle. Yeah.
Okay.
And so it's going to show up on your combat tab when it's quote unquote equipped.
All right.
So if you got six, right. So, but other than that, it's going to look a lot more like your 5th edition experience.
Okay.
There's no force die yet, but I've got the book open right now. I don't actually know LUA scripting at all. So it's like if I'm playing, I'm such a nerd, man. If I'm playing Star, or sci-fi, I want a sci-fi theme. I don't want to look at fantasy stuff.
Yeah.
I don't know.
That makes sense.
I'll be right back. I'm working on the package.
Yeah, I'm about 95% done now.
It's a cool. This is the one I did, and Punisher. I did end up. I've gotten far. There's some stuff that's super different. I think like the NPCs might have to eventually be rewritten for the modules. Other than that, it's pretty easy. It's pretty find and replacey to get. Like the player module was 5-10 minutes once I knew what I was
Excellent.
Yeah, the modules that you converted, those might, just because of how the roles and stuff off the character sheets work, the NPC stuff, that might be a little bit more of a hassle. But I got all your images, so we'll find life for them yet.
That's pretty awesome. Hopefully, the NPCs and everything will go pretty well. But I think you're going to have to just do HTML editing or whatever.
Yeah. I did some batch processes on the player module. I realized I did it on your edited version though, and so I was like, I'll upload this afterwards, And then I was like, nope, don't do that. So I haven't re-downloaded the other one to edit it and put it up there. But
Yeah, files are.
I just got to admit. Go ahead.
I was just said files are all downloaded now, so I'm good to go here in a second.
Right. Yeah, it should be. I just got a message for another guy trying to get in the game. So it'll be a good to see the numbers go up once the rule set's out there. People are able to play it again.
Character sheet looks good. I'm trying to figure out how to spend my XP.
Is the spent not editable? You're not able to re-edit that field.
I can.
Where are you at in your character sheet to do that?
It's in the notes section. There's experience at the bottom.
Yeah, I see that. I just want to spend it now.
Yeah.
Yeah, you just re-edit the 137 to whatever spent total is. So if you spend 10, just change the spent field to 147. You know.
Gotcha. So on the skill, so I want to update a skill, right? My piloting space. Do I just click the little circle in it?
You see that? There you go. Yep, that's it.
Oh, okay.
That's easy enough.
Yep. Yeah, if there's if you were making something a class skill, you would click the dotted box to the left of the name, and when adding ranks, just click the leftmost circle of the circles.
I see.
All of the little rebel symbols, those are that's the link symbol. So those will actually open up. So first, if you haven't done so yet, go into library. There should be already toggled on your lower left sidebar. Then you should be able to turn on the skill library.
I do got a question.
Yeah.
So if I'm gonna go with the smuggler thief talent tree, that's 30 points, and then I automatically get those as all the things that are in it as I don't get a point in them. I'm just saying I have them as class skills.
You got it. That's exactly right. And it's not. Is it 30 or is it? It's
10 times the number of. It's
That.
10 times the number of specializations that you're going to be at, and if it's not in your base profession, it's 10 points above that.
Is that where you got that? Tyzzyt, that 30?
Oh yeah, that's what I thought. I just thought it was 30 to get another class.
No. So
Nope.
yeah, it happens to be 30 for you currently. If you were to get yet another specialty, still not in your class, that next one would be 40. So it's depending on how many specializations you have, it gets more and more expensive.
So it would be 10 times 2 plus 10.
You got it. So if you have, make sure you open up your player library in the library, and then all of your skills will have correct links. What else?
What's the player library?
It's in modules, like in the library button.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You want us to turn on what?
The player library. Star Wars FFG player library.
I don't see that.
Okay. If you don't, who else doesn't see it?
Tyzzyt.
I found it when I click up the campaign options. I didn't, and then it showed up in my library once I did that.
I don't see campaign options.
That's one at the top. Let me see. Hang on a second. Let me find it again.
Is it under modules, Mark?
Yep, it is. Yeah, it's a down.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it won't be under library until you activate it in modules. My apologies. So yeah, get into a second. The modules in the lower left. Yeah, and then open it, and then it'll be in your library. Yeah, sorry.
There you go.
It's basically the entire thing is an XML page, right? So it's like it's got a lot of layers. Cool. So and then
It's
that's
crazy, man. I use this quite a bit, and I know where things are when I'm doing other things. When I'm trying to play, I can never remember where anything is on it.
I don't know if I'd be able to play. I haven't played Advanced for 2 or 3 years.
Hey, Mark.
Yeah.
Hey, I was looking at the message of the day. Is it possible that you could copy that to the Discord so I can copy it into the YouTube video from last week?
Absolutely.
So on the character sheet in your inventory, everyone will need to go arm their weapons and everything to show up in the combat page if they haven't done so.
Okay.
Yeah,
and that's a good way to make sure that the things in your inventory aren't being carried with you. Like, for example, when you're on a desert planet exploring, you don't want to take all your prep. So
we can just that was going to be my next question. If I mark the stuff not carried, can we assume that that's in our cabin on board the ship? Or
Exactly. Yeah, you could even do something more and in the location tab in the column. Sorry.
okay, I can do that. Yeah, perfect.
Yeah,
I would love
and put it if you happen to leave it at camp or something like that. Yeah, just use that liberally and
okay, that's what I would do. And
So you guys last time obviously got away, if you will, from Wheel. It wasn't a true escape in the traditional sense, but you might be wanted for some light questioning. The Yair clan, the Rodian rivals, are um, certainly going to have to explain some things. Before we get too far in, can everybody take the die 12 from the lower right by your sidebar and just go ahead and roll that for me? And then Remo, can you roll a die 12?
Doesn't look like there's the.
I don't have any dice up except for the Star Wars dice. Is that what you're talking about?
Mine was on the bottom right.
Oh, they're black. I didn't see them. Sorry.
Yeah,
Yeah.
right, yeah. That happens, man. Yeah. That's so funny.
Is the there's no more like before they have the little personal critical down there, the vehicle criticals turned off?
Yeah, he's working on something. I don't know. It's all in there. So I could add it again. But I just set up a D100 table in the tables part of Fantasy Grounds, and I'm just going to roll it like that. So the weird thing is, yeah, and right now you can't attach a vehicle to a character anyways. So I'm likely going to create a character, call it like the Gomorrah, add it to the combat tracker like that. So it's, it'll be a little vague for a moment. But like I said, the automation beyond that is at the exact same spot. So
Yeah, and that's the next thing he's working on. This is like a version 0.9 of the rule set.
right, once he gets the vehicles out at League Point 1, then it'll be going in. It'll look the same too. This is all Lobo Solo's work. But. All right, so like I said, you guys are in the space. You're getting to the Lagrange point, exiting the wheel. You had just a moment prior, thanks to the skillful piloting, I believe, of Remo, avoided a light freighter that, due to your lack of exit clearance, was in your path to escape. So the hails from the wheel security force have since stopped after being ignored for several minutes. And, the law enforcement having the Yair clan in, presumably arrested already. So there's two options. You guys are getting to the planet Cholganna, which is in the Chol System. It is along the Permilian trade route, 2 jumps. Also, if you were feeling particularly skillful, you could attempt a far more risky but shorter single jump to the planet as well.
I say we go for the shorter jump.
yep, and Devin will assist on that. Oh, I can't say I don't have astrogation. Sorry.
Any other thoughts on?
Shorter sounds good.
All right.
Tyzzyt, you can probably help with astrogation, can't you?
Yeah, I don't think so.
You don't have the skill, but you're really smart.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I forgot you could do everything without having the skill. Yeah, I'll definitely lend my brain.
Sure. So last time Fen received and got a decent look at the hyperspace message pod that precipitated this entire series of events. leading to your being hired. That will give another boost die.
Okay, I'm trying to drag dice over, but I can't drag them from this.
You
You're just
can't.
going to click the die 20.
Yeah.
Say again.
You can just click the die 20 to the right of the skill.
I had to double click it. I got it. All right.
It doesn't look like you can drag the dice to the little dice bar anymore. You just got to click on them to build the dice pool.
I see. All right, so boost die for the astrogation. Was someone helping?
Tyzzyt's gonna stand by you and try to navigate through the starways.
Copy. And that was a hard check.
One moment. So Fen will also add her knowledge of the message pod. And so she will assist. She, of course, has astrogation, so she'll be upgrading your check by 1. Since she's reiterating the hyperdrive data and location of Cholganna through the messages, the pod itself took a particular route over the last 30 years to get to the wheel, or the area around it, that is. And so, using that knowledge, you also get an additional boost die. So that should be 2 boost die, 1 from the assist, 1 from the pod, 1 upgrade from Fen's assisting, and then the task is a 4 difficulty daunting.
Okay, got it. Neutral.
Might have to take the long road on this.
Yep.
Well, these astrogation checks take about an hour. Fen, Tyzzyt, and Remo spend the time just poring over the maps, the charts, trying to take into account both the rotation of the galaxy, but also the Chol Nebula, which frequently is a part of the cosmic spinning of the Chol System. And that's really what's getting you down here, is just how hard it ends up being to both dodge the nebula's effects, arrive both far enough and close enough to Cholganna to make it matter. You can take another check. Additionally, the... One second. Remo is on the cusp of cutting a little bit of time from the direct jump route from this more dangerous, more challenging route. Right now, he's looking at about 110 hours in hyperspace, right? If you continue going on, you can cut that down to about 104, about 6 hours. If you can find success in the astrogation check itself.
Copy that. I'll give it another shot.
The other, for the record, the other route where you travel the Vermilion and then jump from wild space to Cholganna is about 144 hours at base. So, 3 days or 2 days is not bad. So roll whenever you'd like, Sam. Wow.
It's not liking me.
There's a Triumph down there, right?
There is.
I got to get used to these Genesis die. They're a little bit different.
Yeah, the new symbols are not like the symbols in the book.
They're more Star Trek-y.
Yeah.
Looks like we might have to take the long road on this, mate. Find a way around these nebulas.
Getting some interference from the nebula is causing me some problems with my astrogation checks.
It is pretty hard. You do. You are familiar, both all Remo, Fen, and Tyzzyt are pretty familiar with the route at this point, the area around Cholganna. Despite the fact that they can't, really pinpoint a good way to get from the Wheels Lagrange to the planet itself, they're certainly learning a lot of, if we did that, we would be able to get around it if we took the other route, sort of information. So, of course, these only take an hour. You're free to try again. You are also free to take the other route. It's up to you.
I want to give it one more shot.
All right.
There it is.
Fen, I think you're right. We should go around that nebula.
Yep, she says chirpily, and then heads back to the engineering bay, knowing that the astrogation is complete. As do Remo and Tyzzyt. The plot, it'll take you about, like I said, about 106 hours. Just a little more than 4 days, and you'll arrive to Cholganna, hopefully far before any other competitors, if you will.
Look at the pretty colors. That's the nebula, by the way.
I just love the way that purple haze is mixed in with the green and yellow.
Might be something else in that cigar, eh?
But then again, the haze may be from my cigar here.
All right, so you plotting the astrogation coordinates, take the Gomorrah, point it towards those same coordinates, and then in a moment, the G-Trox 720 light freighter shoots off towards your destination of Cholganna. Now, normally, you'd be taking the Permilian trade route to the wild space, which the trade route actually goes coreward and then spins straight out towards the wheel directly, and then even further past. So the trip's going to take 106 hours. Most of it, you'll actually be sort of shadowing the Permilian just rimward. Beyond the 5 of you, there is an additional companion, IT-3PO. Now that's the protocol droid that was owned by Riam's father. Mostly, unless he's spoken to perhaps at common times, the droid keeps to himself, generally spends time perhaps working on a data pad that's in his possession. If anybody has any repairs on items or the ship, of course, was just repaired. This would be a good time to do so. Or any other preparations you have to make for exploration of an unknown planet.
While we're cruising through space, I'm gonna see if IT needs any repairs from that little bumpy incident we had at the space station, and also get my equipment and ready for exploring a new planet.
Absolutely.
Make sure I'll just Tyzzyt will check his suits to make sure that there's no, especially the reinforced environmental gear. Make sure there's no holes or anything in it.
Yeah, sure. Hell, what do you do?
Kick back and watch the pretty lights.
Fair enough. What about you, Devin?
Well, when Devin's not in the cockpit enjoying the view and helping, assisting there, he's going to go back to his cabin and do just normal maintenance on all of his gear he's got stowed there.
Okay, cool. So,
And check his supply of cigars, make sure they're all packed away.
yes, he says, clasping his hands. If you catch them, if you catch Devin back there petting them, that something's gone terribly wrong.
Yeah.
So, Remo approaches IT-3PO, one of the, maybe the first couple hours even, to check in about the firefight in the wheel with the Rodian clan. The protocol droid looks to Remo. Oh, Captain Remo. It is, I suppose, good to see you. I must thank you for your assistance, if we'll call it that, just moments prior. I don't know what I would have done in the possession of Rodians, but I can only imagine it wouldn't have been pleasant for me or my goals.
Yep. They had it out for you, buddy.
I believe it has something to do with my knowledge of Captain Harstel and Riam's father.
Yeah, I'd say that's probably a good assessment. What do you think? What do you think they want to know from you about Captain Harstel? Is he still alive? Is he dead? What happened with that guy?
That is a good question. One that I would myself like to answer, but can give you no clues on. It's been quite a number of decades since the Nalaor crash-landed, supposedly on Cholganna, and as the homeworld of the Nexu, more dangerous environs are difficult to think of.
The Nexu?
Yeah, identifiers on them are filled with colloquial ghost stories. But seemingly they are an apex predator of many of the forests of Cholganna. Native to that planet, they have more recently been utilized as guard animals or even participants in blood sport.
I think I know what you're talking about. That there's some kind of feline thing. I've seen them in the game arenas.
Well, those creatures likely came or were originated from Cholganna. So as far as the captain's survival, it potentially seems unlikely.
I'll definitely let the rest of the crew know we might be up against some savage beasts out here.
Sure. Oh, you know what, Remo? You know what would have been a good time to use Light Force on? Is that really hard astrogation check.
Oh yeah.
It's always that's gonna be the curse of the game, is just realizing all the situations after we succeed at this.
I always forget about those too.
I was looking at it and I was like, huh, I'm thinking, oh, that's right. At any rate, he's friendly enough, if not a little. He has that sort of thinly veiled arrogance that many protocol droids, especially the 3PO line, has. and is known for. He generally doesn't seem to know the situation. You likely learn through casual conversation as you sort of repair his carbon scoring and just a little bit of damage done to his chassis, that he had been in Riam's father's service for quite some time. The plan that Riam's father had was to really just sort of he wasn't an idealist in the Clone Wars. He wasn't a separatist believer, if you will. But Riam's father did know what would make money, and Captain Harstall's supposed cache of technology and whatever else they were bringing with them, loot, would do just that. And so IT-3PO has really just sort of he's been a part of that quest for as long as he can remember, even if sometimes that quest has taken a backseat to whatever ISO-Tech is doing currently or at the time.
I see. Was the Nalaor that was a separatist ship, right? It was actually a banking ship. Was Captain Harstall loyal to the separatists?
Yes. Yeah.
So they weren't out.
I mean, I don't know how
like,
loyal he was. He ended up fleeing, right, instead of staying. And
okay.
Fight, but yeah, he certainly wasn't a mercenary.
Yeah, I was trying to piece together Riam's father and him. They weren't like embezzling or anything. They were just business partners.
Well, really, it was that Riam's father knew that technology of the kind that supposedly was on the Nalaor would be worth a lot of money, and had a company, Isotech, that was able to deliver that technology. So, to Captain Harstall, it was a contact within known space. Contact at the wheel or wherever else Isotech, like Raxus Prime, has offices. So, to him, it was someone to get funds and resources to whatever he was building out in wild space. And you'll just have to see it when you get to Cholganna how far along that development has gotten, I suppose.
Sounds good. I'll pass on all the pertinent information to the rest of the crew. I'm sure they were part of the conversation too.
Yeah, I mean, unless you likely had it in the common area of the Gomorrah.
Yeah, back there while they were playing what's the space chess?
I always forget what it's called.
We don't have a space chess on our ship.
Oh, you don't?
Unless it came with it. There is a cost for it in the book.
Well, beyond that, Ropak is his father's name. Ropak is Rihanna's father. So, but beyond that, IT-3PO really has no plans, or knowledge, of the plan, of Ropak's plans. To him, it seems very simple. Captain Harstall had access to technology, and he was using Ropak to filter that technology back into the not into into known space, and then using the resources he got from that transaction.
Sorry about that. I'm back.
No worries. Alright, so beyond that, however, the 4.5 days go swimming, really. The G-Troc 720 is kept afloat by luck, skill, and no small amount of willpower, as it sort of careens at Hyperdrive 2 through the outer rim to Cholganna.
While we approach, Devin's going to keep his eyes closely monitoring any kind of indication that there might be other ships in the system.
Fair. Right on. I'll have you roll a perception check in just a brief second here once you
Okay.
arrive.
Yeah, but seems in the past here we've been blindsided a few times.
Keep an eye on the scanners.
Yep.
How do you whisper to the GM?
I don't know if you can.
Hey, GM.
It's not slash whisper in the set.
It didn't work in the old one. They didn't implement it, so I don't know if they did in this one. It should be /W space the person's name, and GM would be /W space GM.
Oh, okay.
Yep, it'll work.
Did that one work?
Yep.
Sure does.
Oh, everybody can see it?
I can't see it.
All I've seen is going to be a little bumpy.
I can see everybody else's whispers to each other, by the way. So. Exactly, right. Be sneaky. All right. Let's do this. So as the star lines fade, replacing real space. I'm sorry, as the star lines fade to real space, the sensor system immediately begins to go haywire. Flashing lights and a sounding and continual malfunction alarm from both the consoles and the engineering bay. Fen shouts forward that something's terribly wrong. A quick glance shows the system is jammed or overwhelmed. Looking outside, you see what you assume to be the Chol System star as a dim, hazy disk. You can't make out any stars, and you don't immediately see Cholganna or much of anything else. Go like that. Aha!
Nice.
There we go.
That's what I do when I post in whole paragraphs with big old plot spoilers. I'm like, no. So, you've dropped out of hyperspace into real space. Two things seem to have occurred. There is an incredible amount of interference coming likely from the Chol Nebula, either nearby or inside. You can't really tell. Additionally, there is a vast and thick amount of dust just outside of the visual screen, the vis screen. And so as Devin makes his perception check, he'll need to add 2 setback die to what is otherwise an average 2-die check.
Okay, so you see I got to just click on the 20-sided dice here?
Double click it, yep. Double click it.
Okay, I got that.
And then you'll be double clicking the die symbols as well.
Okay, what did I need to add to it? I didn't hear that.
It's okay. It's 2 difficulty and 2 setback die.
Oh, okay. And a setback. Okay, I think I got it all. And there's something out there.
Well, what you see is like a cantaloupe-sized, jagged comet or asteroid smack right into the viz screen before Devin. So it seems that at least some parts of this dust cloud are larger.
And so
Finn, go ahead.
Oh, so that got through our forward shields to hit this, or
it's going to do a point of system strain to the ship.
okay. Wow. I agree, Remo. I'm going to double check my seatbelt and light me up a new cigar.
Right. So Fen shouts from, maybe 5-6 meters behind you in the engineering section, and says that the sensors are completely useless. She's starting to get frustrated, maybe even slamming against the console. Does Tyzzyt or Kel have mechanics
Yes.
or computers?
I believe I have. Yeah,
I can try to help with either one.
I have mechanics and no ranks in computers, but I do.
Yeah, for it. Yes.
Yeah, I have.
So
I
she-
have computers, but no ranks either.
So yeah, I mean, co-piloting would also be good. So wherever Devin kind of wants to hang out. So Fen pulls over, pulls on Kel and Tyzzyt's sleeves of their jackets, sort of shoving them into the engineering section just behind. So it's gonna be. She starts pointing stuff out on the readout, right? And you just immediately see errors of all different sorts coming from the sensors. Not only are the sensors how you're going to find the planet, they're also presumably how you're going to get out of the nebula or out of the dust cloud, however the situation might play out. The errors make it seem that you're going to need to make a hard computers check, okay, to fix the sensors. And that's going to take at least a few minutes. So Fen is going to upgrade Tyzzyt's hard computers check because she's skilled in it. Kel is going to add a boost die. Then you're free to roll and describe anything that happens.
So the difficulty is going to be hard as that 3.
That is 3, yep.
Just realized
So-
our astrogation was the first daunting check we've had. So,
Oh,
but
the
yeah,
4 star.
yeah, 4 is daunting and 3 is difficult, I believe, or hard.
Okay, let me see what I learned back on my rock. See if I can get these computers up and running, and maybe with the help of Fen and Kel, get these computers back online.
All right.
Stop talking about it and do it.
Devin says over the comm, like, if there's any SOC 7s that need to be solved, let me know.
So that is a lot of successes that Tyzzyt makes, obviously.
Damn, Tyzzyt.
Just short work.
Just like him.
What could have been, 5, maybe even 10-minute task is reduced considerably to just a few. Now, meanwhile, at the helm, both Remo and Devin are going to have to pilot the Gomorrah through this dust cloud comet shenanigans. Now, that is going to be difficult. It's going to be hard piloting space check. Now, there's also going to be a setback die given the lack of visual sensors, or how far you can see them, whatever you call it, the visibility. But you're only going to have to make a single check because just after, we'll see what happens, but just after what happens, the sensors will come back online. So give me one check. Obviously, Devin is adding an assist. Devin, did you train into piloting space yet?
No, I'm still just planetary.
Cool. So he'll add a boost die for Devin and then go ahead and roll whenever you're ready. It'll be a hard check.
Hard check. Man, it's going to be one of those days. I have
Well-
2 upgrades and can't get anything done.
So equally, sort of in the opposite direction from Tyzzyt's success, Remo and Devin just have a really hard time getting through this dust cloud, like medium-sized dust cloud, right? Like, not necessarily a full-size asteroid because you're not going to careen into anything; it'll just outright destroy you. But certainly getting to that direction, right? So whenever the Gomorrah, floats down, it immediately sort of runs into a series of small particles that your shields are pretty easily deflecting. However, once or twice you have to quickly veer the Gomorrah to the port or starboard, and that's when some of the larger hits occur. And the Gomorrah will take 3 points of damage as some of the potentially small ship-sized, shuttle-sized boulders careen into the ship. Ben would definitely call out some sort of strange Chadrafanian swear and tell you to be careful with your ship.
We're doing the best we can up here.
Thankfully, just after Fen chastises Remo, jokingly, maybe lovingly, the sensors kick back on thanks to Tyzzyt's wonder fingers, and the view screen, though still inhabited mostly by dust, now has the computerized symbols and projections allowing you to far easier fly through the asteroid field, the dust field. And find out that you had gone really close to the Chol Nebula. Cholganna is essentially, as a part of its orbit, inside the nebula, but it's still possible to approach the planet from beyond it. And just unfortunately, given the attempts and the general sort of impossible nature of the original hyperspace route, that was just difficult to achieve. Looking over the damage, though, Tyzzyt wouldn't notice anything critical, certainly. And definitely stuff that can be repaired once they arrive. Speaking of arriving, just a few short minutes later, maybe less than a little bit, half an hour, Cholganna clears into orbit, becoming larger and larger. It's a pretty pristine planet, untouched, certainly different than Nar Shaddaa, where you were just at, right? The polluted city moon. It has several continents, obviously split into 2 hemispheres, pretty typical of Terran planets like that. You can already see from orbit a vast and wide river valley that careens through the largest continent and deltas into a western ocean. Overall, the planet is a beautiful sight after seeing nothing but the monotonous hyperspace lines you've seen for 4.5 days.
All right, I'll ask IT if he has any idea where we should kind of start our search.
IT-3PO, having come to the helm, says no. The message pod and our information pinpoints the Sol Nalaor's last known position over the planet, but not its final resting place. Now, some of the data, I'm not sure if the Chadrafanbach there, the one with the lippiness, knows this, but the Sol Nalaor was still semi-functional as the banking ship cruised into the atmosphere, further making it even further difficult to determine where on the planet it landed. I don't need to remind you, the droid says, that treasure hunters have searched this planet in vain for years. The ship is obviously neither visible from space nor easily picked out on a sensor scan. We'll first need to identify the correct hemisphere and quarter of hemisphere, using what I assume are sensors as old as I am.
Any ideas from the crew on how we want to start this search?
Do we have any data on what's causing this cloud? Was it always here?
Yeah, it's a stellar phenomenon.
Okay.
I'm not very good at astronomy. It is a nebula, though, for if that means anything to you.
Hey, look, it's Earth.
So the planet's sitting inside the nebula. Is what you're
For a lot of its orbit, correct.
Okay. Do we know that? Can we know the last position at the last known position of the ship? Do we know the gravitational pull of the planet? What the? I mean,
That's definitely, yeah. So I think that, like, you know, a question like that is definitely a good way to add a boost die, right? You know, so perhaps Devin begins looking up those sort of facts.
Yeah, because Devin wanted to look up the gravitational pull and then what there's prevailing. Because with all those clouds, there must be some type of wind or storms,
Sure.
So there might be cause some type of drift as it entered the atmosphere.
Absolutely. I mean, yeah, exactly. So I think that's. So we've just got a computer's check here. I think Devin just upgraded your check a little bit when he provides that gravitational data and the trajectory data. Does anybody else have any ideas to add some die to whomever's taking this?
The last known coordinates with the gentleman that works at I forgot his name.
So essentially, this is the best you can do. So you're going to be making a computer's check to scan for the correct hemisphere, and that's, you know, you can't look to something and get closer.
Okay, sounds good.
Well, I mean, this is how you get closer, I suppose. So I think that, you know, Tyzzit's probably going to make the check. Kel, do you have any ideas to gain? You just want to slap him on the back and give him an encouraging word or something?
Do we want to use a force die on this die roll?
We'll save it till after the roll.
Okay.
Doesn't it allow us to re-roll, right?
No.
No, it's not a re-roll.
It upgrades your roll once.
Ooh, okay. Yeah, in that case, maybe we should.
Yeah, I think so too. It's the beginning of this.
Okay.
Yep.
So again, Kel, do you want to assist, or are you good?
I'll try and assist in any way I can.
What do you think?
Yeah, we're looking for a space wreck, though, right?
That is correct, yes.
Don't call me a cheat.
Yeah, I guess it's just going to be the encouraging slap on the back.
That's fine. That's absolutely fine. It doesn't. Kel is taking the leadership skill, correct?
Yes.
That's kind of a nifty one. It has some fun applications for like pats on the back to give bonuses and stuff like that. It's kind of cool. All right, Tyzzyt. So you've got a boost from Kel. You've got an upgrade from Devin. You are going to get 2 setback die due to this darn Chol Nebula, and then you just use the story point to upgrade again.
And what's the difficulty of it? Is it what?
Two per die.
Okay, I get 1 boost, 1 upgrade. Or
1
2
boost, two upgrades. You got it, and 2 setback die. That's 2 black die.
Got it. Here we go. Dun dun dun.
That's what I like to see. Okay. Tyzzyt spends about 25 minutes. But identifies not only the hemisphere, given Devin's information about trajectory and gravitational pull, it's a pretty sure bet. You're not just going there and potentially being led astray by some random variable. You're likely going. And information that is checked through IT-3PO's access to the message pod confirms a very high percentage likelihood that this is the continent. And somewhere on it is the wreck of the banking ship, the Nalaor. Unfortunately, during the time, Tyzzyt begins to see recurring errors within the ship's sensor system. It seems that yeah. Now Fen is able to hold off. What's going to happen is that for every hour or so, there's going to be system strain on the Gomorrah. Fen's going to be able to hold that off with pretty minimal work, maybe spending 10 minutes an hour to fix it. But the sensors, until they're gotten to some place like the wheel or, Nar Shaddaa again, some decent spaceport, or perhaps until you leave the Chol Nebula, they're going to be pretty non-effective. They're going to have a boost die added to all your sensor checks. I'm sorry, a setback die added to all your sensor checks. All right, give me 1 second. All right. So the Gamorrah is piloted down into the atmosphere of Cholganna towards the hemisphere that Nalaor likely crashed in. You've pinpointed it to about a quarter of the giant continent, though it dominates most of your vision, especially as you get closer within the planet. Thankfully, stabilizers and shields make it so that the heat of re-entry is generally disregarded, and the trip isn't all too unpleasant. You travel into low orbit, both to visually scan and to run more sensor checks, trying to pinpoint materials used in the Nalaor's construction that you might be able to find, or mapping the surface, trying to attempt to find it that way. You
So
notice? Go ahead.
How populated this planet is? It like deserted, kind of, or?
You don't know of any settlements.
Okay, so it's basically a raw planet, no settlements. So we're looking for anything out of the ordinary.
Well, most of the work you feel is going to be done by the scanners. It's going to be pretty quickly. You notice a thick, dense coat of vegetation, not unlike a rainforest, but a temperate one, with not massive but significantly sized trees that make any visual scanning difficult at best. Cruising around in low orbit and both watching and scanning is going to take some time. It's going to be another average computer's check to scan and try to further hone your the location of the vessel. So Tyzzyt, again.
So like I might be able to pinpoint where this bloke might be located.
Absolutely. So average computers, it'll be set back twice. And Fen will give you an upgrade with some.
Sorry, it looked like I disconnected for a second, but I think I'm back up.
It looks like you reconnected. So whenever you're ready, Tyzzyt.
All right, Fen. Let's see what we can do here. Can I turn that frown upside down?
So, what do you think? We need to lower our altitude and look for possible visual signs of a crash.
Yeah, you think that you pinpoint a location with Fen, but after about 5 hours, it just, and of course with the Gomorrah flying closer to the location, doesn't bring anything to bear. There's just not enough of the rare metal composition in the scans to truly be the crash site. However, for some reason or another, the malfunction in the sensor is dynamic. And, or perhaps it's just a different position within the atmosphere, or a different interaction with the Chol Nebula. But for whatever reason, the sensor will be also adding a boost die to further checks. So you're free to, like Devin suggested, cruise a little further down and keep scanning. I think he's having internet issues.
Green.
Yeah,
I was going to say, Remo can do that.
So you're free to, pilot the ship, the Gomorrah, down a bit more, rescan again.
Remo, you want to lower us down and go ahead and give another go at this, hey?
Safe to say, your pilots do just that.
Are we doing the same thing? 2 setbacks and 2 difficulty?
2 setbacks, 2 difficulty die. Fen upgrades it once. And then you'll also add a boost die for your previous advantage with the sensors.
Oi, Fen. Let's see if we can get through this.
Do good work, Tyzzyt. There you go, Tyzzyt.
Thanks, mate. Think we located where we're trying to go.
Okay. So 2 things happen.
Okay, it looks like I got disconnected. I'm trying to reconnect now.
Yeah. We figured. So Tyzzyt and Fen spend another 5 hours working at this, to the point where most of the crew has probably had a shift of sleep between, and something that almost immediately upon the success, Fen rushes to sort of go rest. What Tyzzyt does is, of course, up to him. But at that point, the yawning Devin or Remo would begin taking the ship down to an area that's got 3 things in it. It's definitely having some internet issues. Nothing going on my end, interestingly enough. So, the first is a debris field. Now, the Nalaor is a blockade runner, and a CIS one. The bad guys in the Clone Wars, right? So it's a pretty massive starfaring vessel. This one, they're rumored, the banking vessels were rumored to have like a special series of chambers, compartments along the on the lower part of the portion of the ships, on the lower decks, that were formulated kind of like a vault, where they had a high security and designed to, even if the ship was taken by pirates, the pirates wouldn't be able to get into the vault itself. That's, of course, where a lot of the rumors of treasure and booty come from, of course. But nonetheless, there's a lot of parts of this ship to when it breaks up. One. Oh, right. He's going to restart his router because that fixes everything. So, Nalaor, large vessel, and when it broke up in the atmosphere, or if it broke up, would produce a very large debris field. And that second scan identifies just a large enough debris field. Additionally, you've identified what might be an escape pod or a small shuttle. Certainly has some of the drive similarities to the Sol Nalaor, as reported to you by IT-3PO, who tells you thus as he encounters you doing the scanning. So there's two spots you sort of hone in on with the Gomorrah. There's that large debris field, showing many of the same rare minerals that you know the Sol Nalaor would be made of. And there's also the potential escape pod or small shuttle or something like that. What do you guys think?
Boy, it's always easier to go after the shuttle. Small escape pod, I mean.
I sort of agree, because we can find out if anybody's on board, or we can find out if anybody was actually on it when it was released.
Sure. What about you, Kel? What do you think?
Sounds good.
So what do you guys think? Should we start looking for a place to set us down?
Yeah, that's
Remo, do you want me to go ahead and take the control? Oh, Remo's not up there. I guess.
No, he had to restart his internet.
Well, I guess I'll, as a planetary expert, I'll take over piloting while Remo's trying to fix whatever it is underneath his seat he needs fixing.
Sure.
His narcolepsy, mate.
I can. Kel's gonna take the co-pilot seat and assist in the planetary piloting.
Okay, and Remo, watch out for my feet. Was I gonna slide over here?
Remo's in the back taking a nap.
And be careful for my ashes. Kind of hard.
Don't wake him.
Oh, I think he just woke up.
He might. Okay, so that's what Devin's going to do. He's going to be scanning an area to find the best place to set down at.
Right now, and we're going towards that. So basically, you detect the ship sensors do a hunk of metal, a half buried or so near the bottom of a really steep undergrown crevasse. Again, the sensors indicate it's about the size of a small shuttle or a really large escape pod. Now, as Devin pilots the Gomorrah towards the crevasse, he notices that lowering someone into the crevasse or landing the Gomorrah into it is pretty impossible because of this thick, interlocking canopy of tree limbs and leaves. The nearest clear landing zone that Devin finds is about half a kilometer away, like 500 meters or so, through the thick jungle. But, it's pretty close, all considering. And it'll give you an easy route to get to where the hunk of metal is.
Okay, then I'll set it down there unless anybody disagrees. Probably going to be our best bet.
Looks good.
So Devin banks the Gomorrah to the left and right and slowly sets it down unless...
Nice. Sounds good. Yeah, absolutely. That's exactly what happens. Doing so, the landing gear exits the Gomorrah easily and sets the ship down nice on the matted vegetation of the forest floor.
Nice landing, Devin.
Oh, thank you. Remo pulls out his data pad and puts a check mark. Another safe landing.
That'll teach those guys in the academy.
Maybe one day I'll be skilled enough to take over space piloting.
Yes, that's the big. So, given that the landing, the Gomorrah is landed successfully on Cholganna's surface, the cargo bay door is open. The steam shoots out into what is a humid but still slightly cold forest environment. So, Devin, you grew up in sort of a urban or a more wildernessy thing? What do you think? What do you think Devin would grow up in? What kind of...
Oh, the planet where he was from, it was pretty desolate, and it wasn't urban, that's for sure.
Okay, what about Kel? Kel was pretty out there, right?
Yep.
And Remo, I always forget, you are from the core worlds, aren't you? Actually, don't know if he's back. Are you back in Discord?
He's still sleeping.
He went back to sleep. Yeah, I know he's from the core worlds, though, so... And then
Audio.
Oh, sorry, you there?
Yeah, my audio keeps dying for some reason. But yeah, I'm from the core worlds. Grew up, was drug along with my parents. They were part of the rebellion, but they had some bad incidents, so they drug me all over the place.
Right on. And Tyzzyt, you're from?
I'm from Kybin. It's a junk planet, but it does have a lot of trees. Like the vegetation has kind of grown through it.
Sure. Well, I think everybody should roll a discipline check. It's going to be average. Remo is going to have to add a setback die to that check as well. Now, here's the deal. Cholganna is sort of like Remo asked before. It is the frontier. If settlements exist here, you didn't see them on your extensive scans of the largest continent. You know that the Nexu are occasionally trophy hunted or collected as trophies for offsite use. So you're potentially there's some abandoned settlements for those operations, but it's so far off of the Permillian trade route that there's no point in having even a smuggler's base or a spice den here. Wilderness doesn't exactly begin to describe it in a galaxy where there's almost none left. And it's a little bit fearsome. It's a little bit scary. So we're going to see how that unsettling nature of Cholganna gets to y'all.
Okay, so what was it we were rolling on? I can't. Oh,
Average discipline.
Discipline. Average discipline. Yeah. I think I'm going to stay on board the ship here, guys.
Group.
Yeah, this has been interesting.
Whoa. No one said that we weren't going to another city. No one said we were going to a deserted planet. I don't know about this one, guys.
Yeah.
We need to go help Tyzzyt's sister out.
Exactly right,
I think I need to stay on board and do inventory of my cigars here.
I think I hit cystic colon.
So I think
Can Kel try to make a leadership test to try and bolster the party's resilience, or would that be something we do beforehand? Because leadership skill allows you to help others blow off fear effects.
Yep, no, that's exactly. Yep, and it is. I think it's both. I think I know it can be used if someone is afraid, and you can make them less afraid. I don't know if it can be used beforehand as a bonus thing, but I assume it could be used to give a boost die. You know what I mean? Or an upgrade even. Yep, absolutely. So you could make that check. So that is going to be average with a setback die because you're a little bit afraid yourself. You don't know if you believe it.
No, we should totally stay here.
Well, we do have our droid. Maybe we can send him out.
Come on. We got 2 vigilances with that had whatever that silly symbol is called. I forget.
Oh, you rolled a vigilance though. You did roll. Kel did roll the wrong skill, for what it's worth.
No, I rolled a vigilance. We all rolled vigilance first.
No,
It should have been discipline.
discipline.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay. And then Devin, you rolled deception, so you tried to lie.
Oh, sorry.
So we're getting there.
Oh,
it's okay. It's not a big deal. So it's all good, man.
Yeah, that's right.
Just funny to me. I was like, that doesn't seem right.
Yeah, I really messed up because I had 2 ranks in discipline.
The funny part is it worked because he deceived me.
Yeah.
My discipline and vigilance are the same thing.
Yeah.
I mean, you can re-roll. It's fine.
Devin just was using deception because he'd rather just stay on board and check out his cigars and relax.
That's it. Yeah. There you go. There you go. And then Devin, you should re-roll.
Okay. Yeah, Devin over. Yeah, he really wants to do inventory.
So,
But he's
Come
but, he,
on,
but he's
it's not that bad. I've been out here in these places before.
but using his advantage, couldn't he just say that he'll do inventory and assist everybody getting their environmental suits onto what else they're going to wear?
Well, thankfully, it's it's not. You're gonna you guys are still pretty qualified badasses and such. So heading out there isn't the necessary problem. It's sort of dealing with this creeping suspicion, like Remo said. It's got a bad feeling about this, and it makes you a little jittery. Imagine if you were if you were back at the wheel and something like this had happened. Those Rodians who were following you along wouldn't have lasted. You would have blasted them a lot sooner, right? It's a little bit jittery, a little bit nerve-wracking.
Kel's just gonna shake it off. It's just nerves, guys. It's just nerves. Come on, we got this. And Kel's gonna head out of the ship.
Right. So heading around about the half-kilometer trek from the landing zone alongside the crevasse and then down into the escape pod.
Hear that?
As everybody exits and begins to follow the brave Kel, make an average 2 difficulty die perception check. If you failed your fear, add a setback die to that check.
Is our droid coming with us?
Yeah, he's gonna come. Yeah.
I didn't hear the check. What was the check?
Average 2 perception.
Perception. Thank you. Sorry.
No,
And then 1 setback for failure, right?
and then 1 setback for if you failed your.
I'm blind.
Tyzzyt just walked into the ramp while it was going up.
Yeah, that's a 3 failures means to me.
Hey guys, went up for thump right into the bulkhead.
Pretty sure we're being followed right now.
We're always followed.
There's nothing to be afraid of. It's just your jitters. Come on.
So if that's the case, you think we're being followed? Devin wants to go back to the tail end of the group and make sure the droid. Let's get the droid in the center of our party here.
Sure. Okay.
It's a good idea. I've got my gun out.
Yeah.
Take point.
Yeah, I think.
Everybody's got their weapons out.
Yeah, and this would be a good time too to make sure that your inventory is sort of set. With the stuff that you brought along, and the stuff that you need back. Not even necessarily in the inventory sheet, but just mentally in your mind.
Yeah. So I did out of character question. What's the total encumbrance we can carry without being too far?
What is it? It's brawn plus 5.
Yeah, brawn plus 5.
Okay, I'm good. All right.
And then 4 for a backpack.
Oh,
We don't need. I'm sorry. I started, but we don't need environmental suits on this planet, do we?
No, not for the planet itself, but say for instance, the only example I thought of. This is totally random, but I was like, how would I give an example? And I thought of Jurassic Park when she puts her hand in the dinosaur ship. It's like that'd be a time for an environmental suit. So maybe if you were to do that, you'd bring it with. But yeah, you don't need it to breathe.
Okay.
Yeah, there's a couple different bags or belts or stuff that'll give you a little extra encumbrance to carry stuff.
I am gonna keep my my environment gear with me. I'll keep it in my pack.
Right on. So you guys head along. wary of the potential dangers. Now, if you'll imagine this with me, the landing that the Gomorrah was set down in is obviously a clearing into the thick vegetation. There's maybe a game trail or just some river runoff that sort of matted down a path that you can more easily get through than the other underbrush. That path takes you along the edge of a crevasse that would drop at lowest 100 meters, at most 250 meters down. A quick death after you hit the ground. Thankfully, the thick vegetation that's on your level and was, around the Gomorrah is also present below you, as well as vines that have climbed their way up the crevasse's cliff, leading to your feet. So it makes the walking pretty textured, but it will give you ample footholds to fall, or to hold on, to grab on something should you fall. Does anybody have any other climbing gear? Stuff that they'd want to ensure that you were using now?
Kel starts pulling out his synth rope.
I have
Sure.
climbing gear also.
Right on. So it's assumed that you guys have a system in place so that at least, you'll spot a dangerous section, and that's going to come out and definitely going to be giving you guys some boost die for the use. And as you walk, there's going to be a lot less potentiality of one of you slipping and just falling to your doom. It is, despite the reassurance that the rope is there and that your safety is a little bit higher, a difficult trek from the ship to the pod. The humidity doesn't make it any easier. There's a small stream that runs at the bottom of the crevasse one that you can sort of continually hear as you move. And that just makes it a sweaty, warm, and uncomfortable. Insects continually bite and scheme to get into your whatever suits you are wearing. And, several times you almost have to make a decision, right? If you have your blaster out, you hear a growl from 30 meters above you. You have to make a decision to, drop your blaster, holster it, to, get that handhold to continue moving forward along the vine-ridden path. You come to a point where you're going to have to climb around a bend, and the path below is crumbly and sort of like sandstony dirt. So, of course, the climbing gear comes out, the synth rope is tightened, and it'll be a hard athletics check. It's 3 difficulty die to get across. You'll also add a boost die for the rope and the climbing gear.
Athletics hard, 1 boost die.
That's correct. And boost die are pretty, if I'm not thinking of something, don't think that just because I laid it out for you, you couldn't be like, and then there's this thing. I'd be like, okay, cool. You know what I mean? I just...
We all get the boost die from that, right?
Yep.
It's just not Devin's day.
I know who. I want to go back to the old system and roll a lot better.
Can I use my advantage to try to swing out and help someone that didn't make their roll? Maybe like Kel, since and give him an extra boost die,
Yeah.
or Devin.
Yeah. You can definitely give somebody else a boost die. Devin's actually just he's gonna slip, but instead of going forward and potentially falling as he corners, he just doesn't move at all. He just is like, oh, that was gonna be bad, but then holds holds the rope, steadies himself, and gets ready for another attempt. Tyzzyt, you fall off the side here. However, you've got both that double advantage gives you a pretty quick and reflexive check. So let's see here. So you're going to need to make an average. That's 2 purple die coordination check, and you'll give yourself a boost die, and 1 boost die from your advantage just then, and then another boost die from the rope itself.
What? Oh my god.
Hey, Kel, you can use my advantage and roll 1 boost die. As long as you don't come up with a blank, you should be good.
So Kel, you fall. It's about 5 meters until you've righted yourself to a position where you can begin scraping alongside of the crevasse, grabbing at vines on the leg. Remo jerks up on the rope at sort of the right moment, so that instead of slamming and impacting with your skull, you instead are assisted in your grab. So you'll get the boost die then, and then it'll be a coordination check to hold.
All right, so a coordination check.
Average with a boost die. And then you're free to use a destiny pool.
That's the last one. You guys okay with it?
Devin's okay.
Yeah, I'm okay.
I'm okay with it if you need it.
I'd rather see you alive.
I would have been upgrading these checks for one of you, but it seems like you guys are being challenged enough so far.
Hey.
So thankfully, Kel grabs on. And with it, given the, I don't know what you call it, the chain you'd all made with the synth rope, Tyzzyt's fall, and then subsequent failure to grab hold of the immediate vines, jerks everyone down. However, Tyzzyt, though smacking against the side of the crevasse, it of course hits the thick part of his armor, so he's fine. Thankfully, he was quick enough to turtle himself that way, in that manner. But none of you are pulled further after the initial Kel and Tyzzyt fall. So the situation is Remo has completed it. He's on the far side of this bend. He is straining, probably feet cemented into the ledge, to hold, or partially hold, Kel, who's holding on, Tyzzyt, who's sort of banging with his back into the vegetation, and Devin, who is not successfully, but is still standing on the ledge on the opposite side.
Where's our droid?
Behind Devin. Yes, he's a little heavy, so he's going to take it last.
Okay.
So how does Tyzzyt and Kel want to get up here?
I'm gonna try to do my best Mission Impossible and try to scurry up the rope as fast as possible, I guess.
All right. Let's make a climb check. It'll be just average with the both the vines and the rope.
I don't see climb on here. Is there a?
I'm sorry, athletics. My bad.
They get a boost for me helping at the top.
Yep, and one for the rope gear as well.
Ooh.
Easy enough.
There we go.
It takes some strain, but gets up. All right, Kel, same kind of deal.
People are silhouette 0, right? Hello?
I don't know.
Yes, I believe so. The silhouettes are for the ship sizes.
Sorry, what?
People are silhouette 0?
0 what?
People are 0 silhouette.
No, they're 1. Sorry. Are you asking what silhouette they are?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're 1.
Okay.
Sorry, 1 second. Oh, sorry, I spilled my beer.
To answer your question, silhouette 0 would be like an astromech or a Jawa or something. It looks like
So, like, Fen
maybe
would be
Fan.
0, and then human-sized people are silhouette 1.
Yeah, I think so.
that's what it looks like.
Okay, that's
Hey, David's stepping away for just a minute.
Sure. Why do you ask?
because I have a power that can move things that are silhouette 0.
Oh yeah, I think you moved in. That's cool.
Well, I was, looking at the silhouette things for spaceships. It's like, silhouette 1 is like a fighter, and silhouette 4 is like the
Yeah, but there's really frequent mention of how like the scaling of it changes once you're personal or starship based scaling. So it's like that's the same thing about the range bands change. So the idea is that like when you're in planetary, all of those range bands up to extreme fit within the short range band of the spaceship one. So yeah.
Yeah.
But can you roll one more boost die for me, assuming Tyzzyt gives you a hand as well?
Yes, I would definitely.
Yeah, so you'll get one extra.
I might jiggle the rope a little bit.
And I think I figured out who needs to go on a diet.
All right, Kel, give me a shot. Oh, you need to add one more boost die. Oh, sorry. You get one for the climbing gear.
Yeah, I already had.
Yeah. Well, so you rolled with now 3 total boost die, right?
Yeah.
So that's like 1 for Devin, 1 for Remo, 1 for Tyzzyt. You still need 1 for the climbing gear. You just keep adding boost die for all like the assistant.
Holy smokes!
Why don't we just climb down to him? How about
We'll make another one.
Another what?
Athletics check. You're gonna try to. You're gonna all up there, man. Unless you guys want to take bronze checks to get him to pull him up.
Well, if we see that he has grease on his gloves, then yeah.
All right, I think we're gonna have to. Someone's gonna have to help him out.
Let's go ahead and tie that around your waist, and we'll go ahead and hoist you up.
I mean, I used to be really good at climbing when I was younger.
There's no way we can get three. Well, we're 3PO's not even. It's a different situation.
Yeah, but I mean that's just what you guys do. You guys just begin, slowly, kind of, maybe moderately embarrassingly, just hauling him up. Thankfully, with the advantage, you make quick time in always releasing yourself. It's just a matter of instead of ascending, you don't take that hand grip that would result in another fall and jerk for your 3 companions. You instead realize that there's really no other way up in the path that you took, and so that happens a couple times. But it's not as if you fall or even threaten to fall again.
Yeah, I know what I'm spending my next 5 experience points on.
Here you go. Thankfully, just a short distance afterwards, after, of course, laboriously picking your way through that steep and overgrown crevasse, you see a rusted metal hulk half buried in the dirt ahead. It's relatively large, about 5 meters above the surface. And it's in a small brackish pond near the bottom of the crevasse. The object is draped with reddish thorny vines, but you can just make out the faded words of 34 Besh peeling from the metal to the left of the gaping opening. Dozens of thumb-sized, green-bodied flying insects buzz around the opening. It takes you a moment to realize the round hole is actually the wide-open hatch of a tiny ship or large escape pod. You suddenly notice the door itself stands half submerged in the pond, where it fell directly below the opening. If you have lore, you can roll it. Knowledge lore.
I have it.
What difficulty is it?
Average. 2 different. Remo strains himself.
That happens when I use my brain.
Don't, it's one of those things.
Hey, I think this looks like an escape pod from an old ship.
All right, does anybody have knowledge, xenology, or ranks in survival?
I have xenology. Yeah, I have both of those as well.
So you can pick the highest one. Yeah, roll. Anybody else who has either one can go ahead and roll this one.
Aliens.
Yeah, it's going to be so exciting when you succeeded at check.
Right?
It's all building up for one giant success.
What was the difficulty on that xenology check?
Just 2 average. Yeah.
Vast rock out of me.
And then everybody, please roll a hard perception check as they search the area around this escape pod titled 34 Besh.
Hey, try to stay out of the swarms of these insects. They sting or bite, I think.
Well, I think I see something. I'm not sure what it is. I can't really make it out.
Next person who rolls perception gets a bonus die. Ah, you didn't need it.
Well, you should. Can you a blue die, a boost die?
Yep.
Can you roll a boost die, Remo? So he might not get the threat. You know, like, nope. Because I'm going to assume you want to reduce some of your 5 strain, maybe.
That would be fantastic.
Right.
Oh, you already did it. Thank you.
So then hell as well.
I have a question. Can I do that on any checks that I have a success but fail?
Yeah. It's one of like it's one of your kind of go-to ones because the other one are kind of hard. Sometimes it's kind of hard to do something with it. A lot of them are narrative based, like the astrogation checks that you were making to get here, for instance. But
Yeah.
even on those, they can still be used to reduce system strains. If you can't think of anything to do with them, and oftentimes 2 are going to be used to take that free maneuver, but outside of combat, yeah. All right.
Okay, whatever we do, let's stay out of these swarms.
Paranoid.
Yeah, that was. I've seen these insects before. I've studied them.
I like it here. Yeah, so is it insect xenology?
Insect xenology. And I'm not even mentioning the fact that I think we're being stalked.
I mean, there's so little you can do about that.
Remo's just paranoid. So you said there's a swarm of them around the entrance of the pod vessel?
There's a bit. There's a lot of them. Yeah. I wouldn't say that they're swarming right now, but it's definitely something they could be doing.
Do we notice anything that they don't like?
No, they seem to be hanging out. If you guys want to start experimenting, that's fine. But yeah, so far, no.
I don't think I got anything in my inventory that I could try anything with. Maybe light. Okay, I'm going to try to peek my head in that hole, that door.
Yeah, 1 second here. Devin, did you see that message I sent you?
No. Oh, yeah. Oh, hold on here. I see it back here. I'm sorry.
That's okay. That's what you notice with your perception check.
So Devin kind of moves some of the vegetation a while and has everybody look. Say, looks like we found what maybe somebody might have been on board that ship, but all it's left is his skeletal remains and a blaster. Some navy coveralls.
He looks like a separatist.
Okay. Separatist.
So perhaps he belonged to the ship itself.
Yeah, but looks like it looks like whatever he kind of looks like something chewed on him actually. Devin sucks in some cigar smoke and then lets it back out and says, and it looks like it was partly in some type of pond or something.
Exactly. Yep.
Yeah, that's what the skull of the creature actually shows. Like he might have been. Might took some. Looks like the guy did get a few licks in because the skull head here looks like it has some blaster damage to it.
Yeah, I want to look to see if when he puffs out his smoke, if the insects around him kind of dissipate.
Yeah, not really. If they seem to take notice, they
Probably,
they they don't move around.
yeah, it's probably not a good idea. I'm smoking, maybe.
But yeah, they don't seem to leave or anything like that.
Okay, they're not trying to. I'm just trying to find a way to avoid those damn insects.
Yeah, hopefully, I'm not attracting them.
Yeah, yeah, pretty neutral reaction, I guess. So, what do you guys think about this pod here? Some of you did bring environmental suits, maybe that would protect a little bit from the suit, or from the bugs, rather. But beyond that, it seems like they're have made some sort of home on the escape pod itself.
If I could slip into my suit, if I would think it would be feasible to slip into my suit and kind of investigate more, if I would have less hindrance from the bugs, then I would definitely do that. Then Tyzzyt would definitely do that.
I have a breath mask, a respirator also, if you want to wear it to cover your face. So you have your enviro suit with you? I brought mine as well.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't. My wife was talking to me real quick. I didn't. What would you guys say?
You said you brought your enviro suit?
Yeah, I made sure I brought my environmental suit.
Okay. I've got mine in my backpack also.
Did Mark ask me a question or?
No.
No. I asked if you wanted to wear my breath mask or respirator to cover your face. I'm going to put my enviro suit on, though.
Why don't you come and give me, or come and help me get a good look?
Hey, let's check it out then.
Yeah. Devin's going to stay outside because he failed to bring his environmental suit with him.
Sure. Yeah, 1 second here. So as Tyzzyt begins to get on his environmental suit.
Yeah, we could try some fire. I mean, we can make a torch or something and try to see if that'll clear them out.
Oh, just a second.
I need to take a restroom break real quick. I'll be right back.
Well, the fire idea gave me a kind of an idea because I do have some fire paste. It's a package of small cubes that that will ignite and cause a fire. Fire.
There you go. We can smear that on some sticks and wave it around.
Yep. It'll burn for about an hour unless it has an additional fire source, but. It burns like a small campfire.
All right. Well, Remo's in the restroom. Let's all take a quick 5-minute break, and then we'll get to what Kel does here quick after Tyzzyt puts on his suit.
Okay.
Be back in 5.
Okay, I'm back. I'm back in my enviro suit. What's happening?
I'll be right back too. I'm gonna use the restroom.
So until this reboot I had to do, man, my Discord, I could have it running in the background and talk, but now it's got to be out in the open. Is there a setting that it defaulted?
And back.
Yep. David's back also.
Is anyone back?
David's back.
Multiple people are back.
I had my Discord before I had to reboot. I could push to talk and everything with it in the background. Now it's got to be up front. Does anybody know how to fix that?
Yep. Launch the program as administrator. It's like close Discord, right click, and launch as administrator.
Gotcha. I wonder why it didn't default to that, but I'll give it a shot. I'm going to close it.
It's a weird glitch with Fantasy Grounds.
Ah, I see. I wonder if Discord updated and reset that, because I did have it working before.
No, it's not like a setting or anything. It's literally like just a weird glitch with Fantasy Grounds. Like sometimes you just have to launch it in administrator mode.
Gotcha. I just went into the file location and made it always launch that way now.
Yep, that works. It's weird. We've seen it happen before, and the same thing. It's like somebody will be it'll be fine 1 week, and the next week it's not working. Just set it to run always as administrator. You're good. Silly computer things.
Yeah, it had something to do with why I had to reboot earlier. I don't know. It started on Discord before Fantasy Grounds, so maybe my internet was glitching. I think I took off a minute before you guys. What was the plan before break?
I think we were thinking about trying to light some torches or something like that, and one person was going in with an environmental suit. I can't remember who that was.
Some people were putting on environmental suits, and we're going to try and disperse the bugs a bit.
Gotcha. Yeah, I think Tyzzyt and I are going to go in with the environmental suit. Yeah, maybe fire might. I don't know. It might make them worse, though. Who knows?
Yeah.
Kel's got something up his sleeve, too.
Good. Because I have a feeling as soon as we stick our head in that hole, whatever's going to happen is going to happen.
What happens on Cholganna stays on Cholganna.
All right, super sorry about that. I am back.
Oh my, sorry, I just got back.
Everybody's back too. I know Chase
Oh,
is
yeah.
back. All right. So I'll set the scene once more. You've arrived at the escape pod with the labeling 34 Besh on the side of it. A swarm of green bugs, or green bugs, hundreds of them that could potentially be a swarm. Swirl around and buzz pretty freely about the pod itself. Before our break, Tyzzyt put on an environmental suit, hoping to climb and hopefully work on or even enter the pod once he does. In the meantime, Kel steps up and I don't know really how you do it, but feel free to describe it.
Kel stops for a moment, closes his eyes, and just seems to push everything away from thought, hearing, everything. Just sort of focuses on the door and basically parts the bugs like a curtain. Half of them to either side of the door, leaving the door wide open for anybody to walk through.
I guess that's your cue, Tyzzyt.
Okay, Tyzzyt kind of looks in disbelief, like what the hell's happening, and then he takes his opportunity to move on through,
Right on.
questioning things.
Go through. Go now.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, right. Tyzzyt's not want to look a gift horse in the mouth, but
So yeah, he'll make his way through, see what he sees in the opening.
I just saw what you wrote in there.
Yeah,
I mean, it's like, how do you describe it? It's not very flashy or anything.
right.
no, but even so, it's not something that would just occur.
For sure. Yeah, and it's definitely convenient because there were far too many bugs to kill individually with, blaster fire or some other idea. So, Tyzzyt, environmentally suited, notices immediately upon entry that one of the pod's human users clearly never made it out alive and remains crushed in the last seat furthest from the hatch. Looking about, after confirming its state, you know that it's large, but it's actually like a multi-seated escape pod. It looks, from even cursory examination, that the computer systems are pretty corroded or damaged.
I was just gonna ask about the computers. Okay, is there anything that maybe Tyzzyt could salvage?
Yeah, and it's just going to be a hard, as opposed to an easier check. So it would be like a mechanics check will get you into the system and maybe even repair it a little bit. And then once that's running, you could do a computers check to sort of copy the information in some data crystal you have on your person.
Okay, I would like to use a force die, which is not available, so I'm gonna roll. Oh Lord. I'd like to heal 3 strain if possible.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'd like to hear 3 strain before this thing collapses upon me. I've been told that if you use your force powers as a fly swatter, you might be a Jedi redneck.
So it doesn't seem that through it, Tyzzyt succeeds. The computers are quite degraded. The memory system is, damaged and old. On top of that, hasn't been serviced whenever it crashed. Now, it is possible for Tyzzyt to try again. That he didn't destroy it or the light. Takes a breath, relieves the strain. However, on the outside, Devin, Kel, Remo, you notice that the bugs are getting closer and closer to being in the state that they were in, proxemic and swarmy.
Oh, it doesn't seem to be working anything, but I'm gonna give it another go, see if maybe I come up with something.
I have my suit on too, so I can come in and assist maybe. Looks like you got it. So
Wait a minute.
So Tyzzyt does find the pod's logs and recorded memory system. Interestingly, what Tyzzyt also finds is the mechanical release for the shields. Now, it doesn't seem like much initially, but what Tyzzyt realizes is that the low power and the damage that the whole thing has undertaken, that if you were to activate the shield, or what's left of that system, it would actually sort of electrify or otherwise destroy the bug swarm around it.
Think I get a plane. So, yeah, he's going to try to attempt to activate it. Is that the same thing?
No, it's not even a check. You just sort of do.
Oh,
Maybe he shouts out of the escape pod. He's like, "Hey, don't touch the escape pod for a moment." I'm worrying about.
Okay.
Go ahead.
No. I was just going to tell him to back up.
Right. But then, immediately afterwards, the rest of the crew sees the bugs just sort of instantly evaporate in a poof of like individual smoke, and suddenly there's like a pretty poor smell that comes across like burning hair. But then the swarm just sort of like poofs away, having been killed by whatever energy release Tyzzyt just completed.
Get in here. Come and hit me up.
I don't know what you did, but all the bugs are dead.
So, does Devin notice that since he's still outside? Or
Absolutely, everyone outside is the one who kind of sees the whole event. Yeah, there's hundreds of bugs a moment ago, and then poof, they're like a smelly smoke.
Okay, so Devin and 3PO will make their way in then.
Yeah, it's a spacious escape pod. It wouldn't have been you've seen the ones on the Gomorrah are far cramped, and there seems to be 4 spots for escapees. One of them was unfortunate enough to not make it out. He wears a similar uniform to the corpse Devin found just 15 meters outside. That CIS Navy uniform, something you'd expect from the Sol Nalaor, being a separatist banking ship like it was. Looking about shows little else other than confirming that this was, potentially where that other man came from as well. Tyzzyt, you will have to make an average 2-die computers check in order to retrieve the memory, if you'd like to do so. Otherwise, you can sort of play it for the party.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right on. So make that check, and then either way, I'll tell you what the Chris says.
Okay.
Kel's staying outside and basically watching around, taking guard position.
Did you say there was a setback dice or no? Just an average difficulty?
Average die, except for IT3PO, is going to give you an upgrade for his health.
Remo's going to stand outside with Kel with his blaster out.
Sure.
Thanks, droid.
Is that a part of the power? Like, do you have to roll for that, or is that one of the?
It's a roll.
Okay, cool. So go ahead and roll it.
Yeah, I don't know what that comes up with.
That is the dark side.
I can still spend it.
All right. So
Okay.
And so their direction regardless.
I'm looking it up real quick.
Okay, cool. So Tyzzyt, you easily, of course, like always, using our brain, it's hard. But you do succeed on copying it over. Even from outside, Remo and Kel can still hear the recording begin to play. It shows a rugged, heroic even, looking sort of captain. He's got maybe some scars on him, but otherwise looks, like a dashing captain of the separatist movement. The recordings play and show what must be the pod's descent to the planet, and the voice traffic hears Captain Harsel just continually condemning the members of this escape pod for abandoning the ship without orders to do so. A holographic recording then plays of the pod's interior, and it shows 3 humans and 2 Nemoidians angrily cursing their luck for being forced to flee to the edge of the galaxy due to Captain Harsel's greedy scheme and Kratala's political treachery against the Chancellor. Excuse me. The recording stops when the pod crash lands. It cuts out suddenly with static.
Did you say I was able... Sorry. Were we able to decipher how many people were in the pod, or was it just the 2?
5 people were in the pod.
So there are some survivors.
Yeah, you've only found 2 bodies. And so, yeah, you saw the recording is 3 humans and 2 Nemoidians. So you only see 2 human bodies.
Ooh.
Yes.
And that played for everybody, right? Or is that just...
Yep. Everybody can hear it, yeah.
What are your thoughts?
I think, well, we guess we can assume, we might not be able to assume that they're all alive, because based on what happened to that guy, the victim we saw outside, who knows what they might have run into, but possible. I mean, I agree there might be somebody alive here.
I agree.
Okay, so since we do know they're survivors, I know we're in a swamp or something, but maybe we can try to see a direction they might have went. And this was years ago, I'm sure, but does it look like they travel back out to this place?
No, I mean, other than that, you don't see any obvious trails leading to or from the crash pod beyond whatever you just made yourselves.
Gotcha.
Kel's gonna.
So we know some people made it out, which means the rest of the ship's here too, probably. Oh, go ahead, Kel.
Yeah.
Kel's gonna nonchalantly walk the few steps between himself and is Devin is outside?
So Devin came in.
Remo's
Remo.
out there. Yep.
And whisper to Remo, there's 2 creatures close. Be on the lookout.
Paranoid, huh?
I knew that was going to come into effect. Stop playing into his weakness.
Now he's got me on edge even more. I pull my gun out. I'm all jittery.
Well, let's make a vigilance check, everybody. Inside the pod or outside.
Average or?
Just no difficulty die. Just just vigilance with no die.
Using that power gave me a point of strain mark.
Oh, sure.
We set our... Oh, yeah, we can. Sorry.
I can use the dark side points for it, but it gives me strain when I do it.
I'd like to use those advantage for any strain it might heal, even though I failed.
I think this is an initiative check.
Oh, yeah, you're right. I don't know what I was thinking.
Oh, did he? Yeah. Actually, yeah, if you go into the combat tab, sorry, just roll the initiative vigilance. Sorry, I just realized that. Or you can just tell me whatever you roll. This here 1, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 1, 3.
Yeah, it looks like a 2.2, 1.2, 1.3, and 0.3.
Yeah, I was looking for that in the combat tab. Oh, there it is at the bottom. Never mind. I see it.
Did you say I needed to re-roll it from the
No,
initiative?
no, it's fine. I got it in there.
I like the combat tracker look.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that they cleaned it up really nice.
This is all me. Yeah, there's
Okay.
the sound effect was mine. Yeah, I've been doing a Cyberpunk one. I've been trying to port over, so it has the 80s look.
I saw you posted it on the website. That's cool on Fantasy
Yeah.
Grounds.
Yeah. Of course, it comes with like the board of messages. People wanting you to do a bunch of work for them. Well, that's whatever.
Yeah.
A bunch of work for them for free.
It's really weird when it's like, I play this obscure fantasy system. Do you want to code it for me? And I'm like, but I don't play that obscure fantasy system. But I don't.
Why would I want to code some game that I'm not even going to play?
Do you want to invite me to the game that you're clearly trying to run? Like, is there any, they don't even invite me to it.
Yeah. Can you give me a little incentive, like a game? No? Okay. No. I just want you to do the work so that I can play with it. Wow. Yeah, we'll pay you an exposure.
Yeah, it's normal. That's what people do now. All right.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, that was me. My bad.
Got mad because they asked him to code their weird fantasy game.
I tried to open a module that was probably I couldn't.
They put the dice color next to the picture frame. Is that always there, or is that recent?
Next for the picture frame. What do you mean?
Yeah, if you look at my picture frame, there's a blue dot, and everybody else's is black.
Oh, yeah. That's always been there.
I've never seen it. That's cool.
Because the dice have always been black. So you probably never noticed the dot.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, we got a party sheet and everything now.
Yeah.
Who's a space pirate Ashariel there, Mark?
What? Oh, that's a test character, obviously. What do you mean? You have no idea how much I am in love with space pirate. Like all forms of Ishariel. She's definitely making it into like my weird pre-generated character canon.
Nice.
It's too good. She was a pirate. She was a boy. She was a half elf. We found her dad at the bottom of the ocean. Like, come
That's
on.
right.
Yeah.
Hey, Mark, am I still connected?
yeah.
Am I still connected or?
Go ahead and retry now.
Okay, alrighty, hold on. Yeah, I know it's dropping out now.
Yeah, the inside joke is that's
Yeah, it just
my,
kicked me off.
Ashariel is my character in Mark's other Pathfinder game.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
it's
I was
just like
testing all the stuff.
randomly saw my character's name. It's like, wait, I have a Star Wars character now.
And she's not, because she couldn't be, regular Sario. Because we're in Star Wars. She'd be space pirate.
That's right, Space Pirate. Soon to be Dragon Lord. Or, Dragon Friend.
We'll start with the friend.
I gotta have hopes.
Something
We're back in. What's that?
There's something to move up to.
Oh, let's save my die color.
It should.
Mine's still loading.
Yep, I'm still loading here.
Cool. It saved the module open too, which is nice.
Hey, Mark, while everybody's loading up, I'll say this, man. I appreciate getting to play this. I've done a lot of back-end work on the rules and everything and those libraries for years, hoping to get to play one day, and you made it happen.
Yeah, no worries. It's a really. I bought it when it came out, and I played it a couple times, and then just never got to play it again. I don't know. I just wanted to play it. I was like, it's so cool. It's such a good system.
Yeah, I'm really glad they made that Genesis out of it. It keeps the rule system alive when the license will eventually change. So.
Yeah, absolutely. It's really good.
Yeah, hey Mark, you want to code Fantasy Grounds for World of Cinnabar for us?
I don't even know what that is.
Obscure fantasy role-playing game.
There's a core one that supports all sorts of different kinds of roles. So it's only until you get to like some really weird stuff, like roll a die 10, and then if you get a 9, roll a die 6. If you get a 10, roll another die 20. Like a weird kind of tapes, like scaling die rolling stuff, which the systems have. Like, believe me, it's out there. But until you get to that, like, you can play most stuff using more core. It's insane. Like a couple of years ago, I looked at it, try to play, Age of the BattleTech RPG, and it was like impossible. Now it's like a fully functioning, really easy to get into thing, and they're even like, most people still use the Mega Mech program to do the mech battles, but they're coding in the Alpha Strike rules because there's nothing, even beyond that isn't possible in Fantasy Grounds. There was a guy who did zombie, Zombicide, really big,
Really?
yeah, whole thing in it,
That's sweet.
Yeah, so like it is a very powerful thing if you're willing to work with it for a while. It's pretty crazy.
Do we need to redo our initiative, or are you going to put that back in there?
Oh, you definitely need to redo it.
Okay, so I need to do that again.
Yeah, so off the combat sheet on the bottom, you'll find it.
Do I need to redo mine?
I mean, I remember them all if you want.
Well, that's fine too.
We'll just reroll.
I went from the bad. I went opposite.
You went exactly opposite.
Okay. So, just after the recording of the captain admonishing the 5 deserters for escaping from the Nalaor before he gave the command to do so. You hear a growl from maybe 5 or 6 meters away. The first one comes out towards Kel and Remo. It is a horrifying feline creature, one with a triangular-looking mouth that simply screams predator. It's exactly what Remo described to you when he mentioned the Nexu. So, thankfully, Remo and Kel seem to roll pretty well on their initiative. So, I'm going to put you guys on.
Oh, I hate cats.
All right. So, everyone sees the combat page, correct?
Yep.
Great.
Yep.
So, who'd like to go first?
Myself or Kel, I guess.
Me or Remo? Go ahead, Remo. I'll go after you.
You can just keep that order. That's fine.
Yeah, sounds good. I can use that skill of something that hasn't attacked yet. I'm trying to find it real quick. Quick strike. It gives me 1 boost die, so I'm going to go ahead and attack it. Short range, correct?
Yep.
Firing at it with my heavy blaster. And I'll heal some strain with that also.
Critical.
Oh, is that a crit? Heavy blaster. I mean, yep, sure is.
All right, so looks like it is off balance. It's going to add a setback die to its next check.
Take that, cat.
So Remo levels off his heavy blaster and fires out a shot. It arcs out and strikes the Nexu, who growls, as well as takes several points from the blasting weapon. All right, somebody else gets to go.
Kel's going to take his shot at it next.
Sure. So, take a maneuver to get out your weapon. Fire it.
I had my weapon out.
Oh, sure. I thought you were like concentrating. So doesn't matter.
I was before. When they were inside, I said I took my weapon out to be on patrol.
Cool. Go for it.
Right, so I'm going to take a maneuver to aim and then fire at it. Takes 1 extra damage on top of that.
Okay, what do you want to do with that strain? Or that, sorry, the advantage.
I should have 1 strain. I think the crash removed it, but I am going to I'll heal a strain point and then use the 1 other advantage point to, or actually, I can use that to take cover. Correct? To take a second maneuver.
Yes, you can. Yeah.
So I'm gonna Kel's basically gonna fire a blast off at the cat and then dive behind some cover.
Right on. These effects do nothing in automation, but they really, really help me remember stuff. I am just useless without no key.
Yeah, I forgot. Cover's only range defense. Whoops.
So, the Nexu, having approached, growled, and taken damage, looks nearly dead. It makes an athletics check in order to simply remove itself from the situation.
Hi, kitty.
It's off balance, of course. It's a little more difficult. It succeeds. It does take a bit of strain in doing so, having had to really work to get back into the branches above and then move to the canopy beyond. In a moment, the Nexu disappears.
You ain't lying about them beasts, eh, Remo?
Watch out! There's another one out there.
Yeah, I don't think we're in the clear yet.
No, I saw another one prowling out there.
From my experience, a wounded animal is a pissed off animal.
Well, what does Devin or Tyzzyt want to do? You're both inside the escape pod.
Since Devin's going to do a maneuver to pull out his light blaster and step
Sure.
outside the shuttle.
Awesome. Perfect.
All right,
So what about you, Tyzzyt? What do you do?
Yeah, I'm gonna do the same thing. I'm just gonna step out of the shuttle and prepare get my weapon out.
Right on. So here's the deal. All 4 of you are outside the escape pod, 34th batch. The Nexu, having been blasted for some pretty big damage, has retreated to the trees above. Then, a moment later, from behind the direction that the other Nexu retreated, comes an additional creature. It is as voracious as the first. It has the same triangular, predatorial mouth. It takes strain to do a second maneuver to both move in, aim, and pounce.
Here comes our other one, Kel.
Told you there were 2. These things always travel in pairs.
And I think we heard its mate, so
Yeah. I don't really know that. Just
when Kel doesn't know things, he just says stuff, you know?
He makes some stuff up.
So the Nexu rushes behind Tyzzyt, taking a nasty swipe with a claw. Thankfully, Tyzzyt turns at the right moment and spares himself from getting gutted, and instead takes 7 damage along his midsection, just a little bit above, and it doesn't tear his combat suit either. Okay, so the round ends with this new unwounded Nexu engaged with Tyzzyt, who is turning to both look at his wound and the creature. The other one is still out of sight. You could spend a maneuver to search for it, but that's about the best you could do as far as it's concerned. Who wants to go first?
Tyzzyt if possible.
Okay, what do you do?
Sorry, let me chew.
That's okay.
Can't go first when you're eating.
Is it a maneuver? Is there attack of opportunities in this game?
No, because so when you're engaged, right, it takes Tyzzyt right now a maneuver to get out of engaged. So essentially, the idea is that it costs you an action, and that's because you're spending the time and energy to not be attacked. You're dodging in some way, or, you know what I mean? Guarding yourself.
Can I take an extra maneuver to shoot?
Yep.
And out of it? Okay.
Well, so your shooting is an action, right? So you can take a maneuver to get into short range, and then shoot, and that's just one maneuver, one action.
Okay, then I'm gonna take an extra maneuver to aim in.
Right on, there you go. Cool.
And that's difficulty is just 1, right?
For short range, it is 1. Yep.
So I would like to heal the. Actually, how much is it to give one person a boost die?
There
Okay.
you go.
Thank you.
No worries. It is 2 to give it to. So interestingly enough, there's a single advantage can give a boost die to the next allied character's check. 2 advantage can also be used to add a boost die to any character's next check, including yourself. So you can spend 3 to give one person 2 boost die if you were to choose both of those options. Just for example. Or you could do anything else, right?
Yeah, I'm gonna give.
I was thinking that.
I'm gonna give Remo. Go ahead. Tell me.
Since Devin and Tez came out together, I was thinking I was going to try to go next.
The only reason why I was giving it to Remo is because he gets a bonus for
go for it. That's fine.
the animal.
Hey everybody! On that, he opened that combat advantage sheet. Up in the top left is a little rebel symbol. Click on that and drag it down to your toolbar, and then you can click that button to always bring it back up.
Beautifully done. Thank you.
Yep.
I appreciate that.
And you can do that with the combat log or the message day or anything too. So then you got little quick buttons to pop everything
I
up.
saw that in the message of the day. This was in it. Yep, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yep.
Yeah, so my quick strike will work for this round because the Nexu's the last person to attack. I can go at any place and get that bonus.
Okay. Well, I'll give one to. Yeah, I'll still give them to you. And I'm also going to use the last one to remove one strain. That's correct.
Cool.
Well, one is to the. If you'd use one advantage, it's to the next person who acts, and then 2, you can specifically pick a person.
Right. Okay. So 1 to the next person that acts, and then I'm gonna use 2 to give it to Remo.
Okay.
Copy.
Now you guys can fight for number 2. Go ahead.
Well, what is Devin going to do? Devin, you had an idea. What are you going to do?
But Devin was, since I was thinking it was pretty close to Tez, I was just going to shoot.
Right on. So you have a boost die given to you by Tyzzyt. Thankfully, he created a bunch of fire, shot all around the vegetation on the ground, and created just a really good opportunity for Devin to, aim or even just get a quick
Well,
shot.
since I'm not going to do any maneuvering, Devin's going to take an aim at, and I guess it's just one difficulty, right?
You got it, and you'll add 2 boost die, 1 for the aim, 1 for
Okay,
boost.
so I got. All right, I think I'm good here. Let's see what happens. Okay. And since this is a point, I'm going to use my point blank ability and add 2 additional damage points.
Right on. And then what do you want to do with your 3 advantage?
Well, I think one's going to go to. Well, let's see here. So I can give 2 to one to the next person who goes, and I'm going to throw 2 at. Let's see, who has that? Let's see, where is it? Kel.
Right on.
So, Kel, why don't you go next and take all 3?
All right.
Cool. So the Nexu that's revealed and striking at Tyzzyt takes a couple of wounds. Unfortunately, before Kel can go and capitalize on the opening that Devin just gave him, the first and wounded Nexu pounces from above. Who hit it last time? That was Kel, right?
It was Kel and Remo.
Yeah, but it was you last, right? It was Remo first, and you tried second. I got sure. So I'm deciding things now. It's unfairly as to who's the last person to act. All right. So given that it aimed. And something interferes with the light side as the Nexu jumps down, delivering a terrible-looking bite, one that has the potential to harm your nascent force wielder. It's going to open up the party, and with surprise, allow its ally, potentially its mate, to get open in a devastating attack. Hell, you take several points of damage as the Nexu rips into you. Who wants to go next? Oh, I guess Kelly, you're going to go next, right?
Yep. Ow.
Yes.
All right, so Kel's gonna maneuver to get into short range, away from the one that just ripped into me.
Sure.
And take 2 strain to get a second maneuver for an aim.
Cool.
And then, which one do I want to blast?
Mark, I was in short range as well. Well, at least I moved.
Oh, that's right, you did.
All right, Kel's gonna blast the Nexu 1 that just came down and rip him up.
Right up. Well, nice.
And that should be 1 extra point of damage as well for point blank.
So that'll do it for that next two. With a vicious howl and growl that turns into a howl, it winds down and dies after the blaster carbine hits it. That wasn't the right one.
Yeah, was that Utini?
Yeah, that was some other creature.
Some Jawa in the jungle just yelled at us.
You killed my pet. But that happens as it goes down.
And then with my 1 point of advantage, I will give the next person to act a boost die.
Ooh. It's the cat. You gave the cat a boost die.
It's Remo.
So,
Yeah, I feel bad for the Nexus. I want them to feel like they're doing okay, so I boost him instead.
Right.
so based on my calculation, let me get this right. So I've got my boost for quick strike because the Nexu 2 hasn't attacked yet. Tyzzyt gave me 2 boost die, and Kel just gave me 1. So that's 4 boost die because I'm taking 1 to aim.
No, I only gave you 1. Sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. The other one was for aim. Okay, let's go back. So I'm going to take my aim, the 1 boost die from Tyzzyt, 1 boost die from Kel, and 1 boost die for my quick strike against Nexu 2.
Nice.
Yeah, in a combat tracker, I'm keeping track of the effects given to you by other people. And so for your point blank and your stuff like that, stuff that you activate on a turn and then use on a turn, I'm not going to put on the combat tracker. But stuff that lasts more than one person's activation, I'll try to put on there.
Sounds good. So I think I've got it right, and I'm at short range.
Yep.
I'm going to take aim and try to take this guy out.
Yeah.
Wow.
Jeez.
Everybody gets boost dice.
Barely passed.
We're going to call him Remo Oprah.
You get a boost die.
There's there's 2 boost die. So wait a minute, 2 advantage. So I can give everybody a boost die, and I'll take 2 strain off.
You could crit too. Remember,
let's see how we're at. Let's see where we're at. So he did 7 damage. You know what? Let me go ahead and do the crit. So 3 for crit.
I think every time we get a chance to crit, we should crit.
Yeah, you're right. I'm bad about keeping track of that too. So I'm glad you're watching.
Always remember, when you roll your dice and it shows the weapon you're using, it says right at the bottom how many you got to spend for a crit. So it's always
That's
right.
what I've been looking at.
It's right there.
These programs are nice, man.
Yeah, it is. It reminds you all that stuff. That's why I remember it too, because it's like, oh, right there, it says it right after the damage.
You've still got 6 advantage.
Yeah, so I can give and my strain's pretty low, so I can give everyone a boost die, actually. So all 3 of you get a boost die for next
But
attack.
you could give the next person 1 for 1.
So there's the question mark. Can you use the same ability for that advantage multiple times?
There's one that you can. I'm okay with it right now. I don't really know. It gets to the point where it's like there's not a lot else you can do with it, Because it's either other that or he gives them some setback die. So I don't, it's fine. It seems kind of all 6 to 1. Regardless,
Because you can't use the same, because you can't say, oh, well, I got 9 advantage, I'm going to crit 3 times.
Right. Yeah, so I don't know if you can use it, So I know that you can use it on 1, and then...
And like the one where you give the next person a boost die, you can only use once, because it only gives that next person it.
Right. But the one that's like, you give any allied character's next check.
Hey, I was wondering, so if he used 3 for a critical, could he then use 3 more and do and make it so that because it says you can do a temporary type shot to his leg or something disabled, so he can't move or climb or whatever.
Right. Yeah, that's definitely something you can do. I'm looking at the. I think you're right. I don't know if you can spend it.
Oh yeah, there's 3 to hobble.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you could spend 1 to give the next friendly character a boost. You could pick a person to give a boost. You could then spend, for 2. You could then spend 2 to give the bad guy a negative set die. That's 5 plus the 3 for the crit.
Take one off in strain, maybe.
Yeah, I mean,
Have that.
also with 3, it's like you can get 1 melee or range defense. So you could get like an extra defense point. I think a defense point, does that add a difficulty die, Mark?
No, it adds a setback die.
Okay.
Does that cat have a gun or a melee weapon that you could drop?
Yeah,
Well, maybe I could. He's got a melee though, right? His claws. Maybe you can take out a claw.
his teeth fall out.
Yeah, I mean, it's up. All those things make sense to me, man. However you want to spend it, it's cool.
Okay, so let's 3 for the crit, obviously. 1 for whoever's going next. I'll do 3 to hobbling if you want to use that to take out a claw or however you want that
Sure.
effect to be. And what does that leave me? That leaves me 2. So another character can take a bonus also.
So that one you got it.
So Devin.
Okay.
Cool.
And I think that covered them all.
Hobbled, no bite.
Who's getting the boost up?
Devin. And whoever's going next will get 1 also.
Okay. Well then, Naxu, despite being boosted by its mate, it has now been defeated. It is it's crippled from the critical hit. It also is snarling with much less ferocity, given the heavy blaster pistol shot Remo just gave it right into its teeth. It lets out a terrible cry before charging the source of its pain. So your movement to get into engaged, and another movement to aim.
Okay. I'm stepping away.
You're welcome, Kel.
I'll be right back, guys.
Right on.
Kel.
Yeah, you're welcome. I drew him away from you.
That's me. I'm the one who's.
Yeah, that's Tyzzyt.
Oh, Tyzzyt? There you go.
Oh, I'm gonna upgrade.
Holy smokes.
That's gonna sting.
Yeah. It rips into you with a vicious claw strike that really just drags across Remo, nearly collapsing him into the ground in pain. Thankfully, he stays up, readying for his next action. So who wants to go first?
Remo, you want to give him the what for, eh?
I can try to go first here. Let's see.
You'll get your own boost die. That'll be great.
That'll be great. Okay, I'm aiming. Boost die. I'm going to take a maneuver to try to get into medium range. Or I'm into short range. I'm sorry.
Ooh, nice.
That is beautiful.
All right. So the Nexus still stands. It's hobbled and it's crippled. But as it arcs back from its claw shot, the heavy blaster impacts its own center mass torso, and it backs off just a bit. Did you move from short range? Or from engaged?
Yes, I used a maneuver, and then I used 2 strain to aim.
Right. All right, who's next? This Nexu looks suddenly a lot less fearsome given its lack of mate and damage level.
Don't like tits.
Go Tyzzyt.
Still within short range for me, Mark?
Yes, indeed.
Alright, I'm gonna blast it.
I was a dum-dum and I gave it a boost die, but I thought it was going to do less damage. That did not do less damage. That blaster pistol shot will hit. And I believe that will actually be it for the poor Nexu, who finds himself at the really bad end of a blaster pistol shot by Tyzzyt.
Those are some pretty big cats there. Tyzzyt.
Yeah, I mean, you guys did well. But you can see that, like, given a poor set, a couple of rolls, if you guys were rolling like you were on the climb up here, down here. Yeah.
Yeah, we're not good at climbing. Killing things we're good at.
So suddenly the forest goes back to its sort of tranquility before the blaster fire and growling next to you echo through the crevasse. The bugs, given their electrification and subsequent immolation, are no longer present either. Sort of leaving you and the 2 humanoid corpses that remaining in the crevasse.
Do the humanoid corpses look like these things? Like these things killed them? Can we tell?
Well, let's see here. So Devin said one of them had likely the one that Devin found outside of it was probably killed by either this or a little smaller predator.
Okay.
Yeah,
The one inside I think was killed from an impact, something like that.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah. From the crash.
Right.
Didn't Devin find a skull of one or something, or was
there
that?
was-
Yeah, it was
There
for
was
an
a skull
extra.
sticking out of partially out of that water area, the swampy.
Exactly. Right. So it's not uncommon the attacks by the Nexu, it seems.
These cats good eating?
I don't know any of you knows. I mean, may as well.
I don't know, but they're if they're hunted, they may be hunted for their hides and
Yeah.
stuff. I
Well,
don't know.
couldn't we ask
Sure.
ask 3PO if he has any information on the likelihood that they might taste good cooked?
If droids had a blank stare, he gives you a blank stare.
Well, I thought, and I look
like-
at him. Well, I thought your database would have at least had some information.
3PO. He says, "I have no taste buds. I do not know what taste is."
Yeah, he says, I'm really unaware, though I am taken to believe that if you were adventurous enough to come out of Cholganna in the first place, wouldn't you be adventurous enough to try Nexu?
Is there a way I could harvest its claws?
Yeah, I mean, if you have any sort of like cutting device, it wouldn't be impossible to pick a trophy or really anything else.
Can I just shoot off its hand until I get to the...
Sure. Tyzzyt rather uneloquently begins firing blaster shots.
I couldn't think of anything.
Yeah, I mean, we'll give him like a here's a utility knife.
After the third shot, somebody hands him.
After we see him just start blasting away at this paw, it's like, maybe this will be easier.
Devin pulls out his combat knife and says, "Okay."
There you go. Right. Yeah. So after a brief struggle, you get the next two claw assembled, and so with that, you really have, you've got the recording, and of course some clues as to the current inhabitants, or at least number of them, on Cholganna. Heading back to the Gomorrah is actually a little bit easier given your experience with the first time. Since you're not taking, every step and know about the couple of danger spots to be careful, and of course the one turn to simply get around. The trek back is again sweaty and long, but capable, possible. When you arrive a few hours later, IT hurries up to the engineering station or the computer station to analyze the data within the crystal. And Fen comes out, open arms, head shaking, and just staring at these wounds of yours. Did you guys want to use a stim pack before you come back, I guess?
Yeah, I'm definitely going to want to use a stim pack.
Right.
Same here. I was down quite a bit.
So it's 5.
Can Fen give us a little medical attention?
Absolutely.
Kel will.
Thanks for doing that for me.
Kel will inform Fen of what we found.
And you killed them, she says.
Well,
it
was them or us. That's right.
Yeah.
I mean, we shot one and it ran off, and we did not chase it down. It came back, and well, yeah, forced our hands. We were fine to let it go, but it didn't want to leave.
We were almost kitty snacks.
Devin looks over at 3PO and then looks back at Finn and says, "According to 3PO, there was some good meat on those. Might be some good eating."
Well, Fen says there better be good eating on them, considering they're dead now. I guess we'll use some part of it. Tyzzyt, you heal a couple points, and go ahead.
Thank you.
What was that, Kel?
Oh, Kel was just going to tell, Fen that he's sure that many forest creatures will be fed off of the 2 corpses of those cats. Circle of life. Circle of life.
Remo, you heal some strain, but Fen simply can't seem to figure out these Nexu wounds. They're pretty deep and insidious. He could try again. He's got a couple of uses left, it looks like.
Yeah, if he wants to. I'm okay with having 3 right now. I'm fairly healthy.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, I feel pretty good.
Right. So given that, you're... Go ahead.
Can he heal me?
Oh, yeah.
The person who asked?
Why? I thought you were just asking generally.
Yeah, you got it first, didn't you?
No, I got it.
Yeah, that's right. I keep getting you two mixed up. Which cat hit first?
It's the same thing.
Man,
He'll turn another charge.
Fen is spent.
Fen rolls better than that. And then Fen figured it out. Fen is now an expert on Nexu wounds.
Yeah, really got it that one time. So given that, you spend a couple hours, but maybe even in the rest of given the half-kilometer trek, the combat, the investigation, the trek back and Fen's healing, you probably actually rest for the night, maybe even taking the Gomorrah into low orbit. That is, unless you all wanted to continue the investigation after the sun's set.
Ooh. Kel is definitely against going out into the jungle at nighttime.
Yeah,
If you thought this was exciting,
especially considering cats love hunting at night.
Everything loves hunting at night, and we can't see in the dark. I don't know. Can we?
Yeah, no.
I can't.
You got them yellow eyes. I got these red ones.
does it have infrared vision?
Yeah.
So that's it. Yeah, that's what you got.
Devin's all for taking the Gomorrah and putting it into a parking orbit for the.
Yeah, I agree. That's a good idea.
That works.
So that will occur. You guys each heal the 1 extra point.
Oh, nice.
The number of stim packs you use have reset. And go ahead.
I was going to say I took mine off the inventory.
I did the same. I had 2 and now I have 1.
And if you use one again, it'll heal 5 again.
Gotcha.
So the next morning, Fen has you have some decent food enough to start for breakfast. And you look over the sort of assembled clues before you. So far you've got this reporting that details Captain Harston yelling at the deserters, as well as information on a large field of wreckage that fits the chemical profile of the Nalaor. So you could easily head there to that sort of large debris field, or you could take another scan, which takes a few hours, right? What do you guys?
We figured out where the debris was.
Yeah, so you found the debris field and the escape pod. So those 2 locations, and so you could go to you've already been to the escape pod. So you go to the debris field, or you could scan again. You could look for either one of the larger sections of the ship, or more clues in general.
Using the clues we got, so we know the escape pod launched without approval. But we also know, based on the recording from Rome, that they crashed because he sent out a message right before they crashed. So we should be able to triangulate if that debris field is kind of lines up with what we think would be the wreckage.
Oh, I mean, yeah, and it definitely does. Like it fits the profile and the chemical structure. You just haven't been there to see if there's anything to glean from it.
Why don't we give it 1 scan, and then if we can't find anything, we go ahead and go to the wreckage.
That sounds like I agree.
Sure.
Yeah, sounds like a good idea.
So Tyzzyt, go ahead and roll. You'll obviously upgrade for Fen's assistance. It'll be a computer's check.
I'm going to be right back.
And the difficulty is hard.
1 second, let me make sure.
Are these brand new force dice? Or you just didn't take them off?
No, I used some in the next 2 fights, so you guys got them back.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. I'm gonna use one if nobody.
Oh yeah, go for it. Go for it. I'd say
Checks.
yeah.
So it is an average check. So two difficulty die.
And one for the boost. They just gives you a boost dice, right?
Yeah. So no. Oh, so the force die is going to upgrade it once. You get upgraded from Fen. Then there's going to be 3 setback die and 1 boost die. So add your skill, the 2 difficulty die. Click the green arrow twice. Then add 2 black die and 1 blue die.
2 black die and 1 blue die. Oh, I did
Yep.
3 black.
And that's from both the Chol Nebula as well as the previous effects of your sensor damage and all the interaction you've had today.
Cool. Awesome. Let me know if that was not right.
That actually looks right. Yep.
Don't look like I'm coming up with nothing here.
Well, so you don't find any concrete results for the majority of the time. Ben actually is uncharacteristically frustrated by the end of it. However, Tyzzyt just sort of dozing off, maybe even just like staring at the scanner readouts, eventually sees a strange sort of like a bug's shell, but much larger, become apparent on the 3D imager of the surface of Cholganna as you fly the Gomorrah about. Just for no reason other than pure boredom, perhaps, after 4 hours of scanning. Tyzzyt puts in the coordinates and finds and compares them to the gravity, to trajectory, all that sort of stuff, and the size of the hull, as well as the ingredients, and it's a possible hit. It might not be, the whole of the ship, but it's certainly a large enough, inorganic, and artificially made presence to warrant investigation.
Might have something over here, guys. And get out.
She's off. She's like, whatever. I don't care.
Yeah. Let's go ahead and check it out.
All right. I'll give Remo the, coordinates or whatnot. And...
Sure. So you guys begin flying. It's not super far. It's maybe a half an hour flight at suborbit speeds, and it's still on the same continent. It's certainly not far enough away from the escape pod to bend belief. It sort of all checks out given the trajectories of the escape pods, the Nalaor, and everything else. You begin flying towards what ends up being a very large inorganic reading. The canopy of the vegetation is too thick to necessarily see inside of, and there's a landing nearby that will allow a pretty easy trek to the north, where you'll arrive at this large structure or wreckage, whatever it might be. You can't get close enough to identify the thing, but it's certainly it's larger and also fits the profile. So the large debris field, that's good because it fits the profile. This is large enough to be it and fits the profile. So it's either kind of set this down nearby and trek over there, or fly over and check out the debris field.
So what's the decision? Do we want to check it out?
Sounds like it. What do you
Devin's
think,
all
Devin?
for checking it out. And this time he's not leaving his environmental suit behind.
Right.
I'll put her as close as I can.
and again the same kind of thing where maybe on the descent of the Gomorrah you snap a few vines or break a few branches, but overwhelmingly the clearing is large enough to shut the ship down in, and once you do, the ground is stable enough to provide uh, a sort of a couple of hours or even a day long port for the ship to be at. Hand her a hand. So you set the ship down. You set the ship down at the southern tip of a long and several, dozens of kilometers, a wide and dozens of kilometers long valley. A river, likely a tributary of that gigantic continent-spanning one you saw from orbit, flows in the middle of it. A detailed and relatively close-range scan might give you more details about the large inorganic presence, the ship's hull or whatever it might be. However, the valley is surrounded by such high trees and thick canopy that getting close enough for the sensors to do anything, sort of identifying, would be, moot because you could just see whatever the ship was. And unfortunately, doing so would be suicide given the thickness of those trees. You're almost guaranteed to fly about an inch before flying into, a 10-meter thick tree. The jungle is simply too thick to fly through. However, you're only a kilometer or so away at the landing spot. You hand the ship over to Fen and set out into the jungle once more.
Who's got the catnip?
Don't forget it, eh?
As you walk north, you notice pretty immediately there's still a few scars from a battle, a meteor strike, difficult to tell, or perhaps even the impact of a giant ship, right? There's some charred rocks, burnt in a manner that implies high temperatures and, instant flashing. Also, the trees at the depth of the valley simply aren't as large as the gigantic ones that cover it from above. This is not to say the valley isn't overgrown and jungular. I mean, it is thick with vegetation. But a couple times along the trek, probably with Devin in the front, combat knife hacking away at various overgrowth. But there are ship's parts. Not enough to identify, but definitely enough to spot.
Good job, Tyzzyt. I think we're on the right track.
Boy, I hope so.
So the trees, the smaller trees, they're newer trees. Is that what it is? Maybe it was busted down.
It definitely, that would be a good theory. They're not nearly as large. The trees above are so big you can't see through them. These ones, you still have sun shining on you,
Gotcha.
And, given the ship's parts and the charred rocks, it's hard not to say. You don't see anything as obvious as, a great scar across the valley side or anything like that, but
We keep trying to follow the parts in the trees, I guess, the low trees.
Maybe roll a perception check, please.
Perception, not deception, right?
Yeah, perception. Yes.
No negatives or anything. Just a
Yeah,
regular.
just, do it average, and you know what? Add a setback die, given how thick the vegetation is.
Everybody who succeeded got the same amount of threat.
Hey, your mic's low.
I said everybody who succeeded got the same amount of threat. I failed and got a boatload of advantage.
Help my eyes, mate.
I didn't see the threat, but I did pick this pretty flower.
I didn't draw my gun and ready in action.
I did happen to take cover and draw a weapon.
Exactly right.
No reason why, just did.
I seem to notice my friends.
I didn't look at it, but they were all looking at something. So I think that allows me to cover. Whenever everybody's looking at something and I'm not.
Are we just stepping out of
I'll definitely. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I was asking if we just stepped out of the ship. Is that what it was? Why we
No,
made
I
a
thi-
perception?
I think
Or we're still flying around looking, right?
No, we're hiking for a minute, right? And we
Yeah.
saw low trees and the debris. We're down in like a valley or something.
Ah, that's right. Okay, sorry. Yep.
So since Kel looks like he's just meandering along, I'm going to put my hand on his shoulder to slow him down. And pull out my gun.
Well, hold on. So your perception check happens, and then we're gonna roll initiative. So, Tyzzyt, walking forward, just behind Devin. Both of you get sort of slapped or harassed by a leathery tentacle from the canopy above. Looking up, it's hard to distinguish between the branches, but there's clearly a Cthulhu-esque creature above, attempting to both attack, grab, and likely consume you.
Really, Mark?
Mark's favorite monsters are those with tentacles. Yeah, come up all the time. Tentacle monsters.
So let's see here. So Remo, you put a hand on and grab a weapon. Devin, what do you do with a movement?
I'm going for my weapon.
Right on. And what about you, Tyzzyt?
Same thing. If anything tries to nasty and tentacly and leathery come at me.
Go ahead and roll initiative then, everyone.
Cool or vigilant? Vigilance, right?
Yeah.
Cool. I mean, not cool. I got 2 zeros.
Me and Remo up to the start.
Jesus, yeah.
Come on, Tyzzyt, roll your initiative properly.
Apparently,
don't
I
worry
can't
about it.
navigate through a nebula, but I can do these rolls pretty good.
I told you I like to run into things, right?
I didn't spot it, but Tyzzyt's like, huh? What? Tentacle?
He's the slowest to react, even though he spotted it.
Okay. So so the party gets to act first and second. You're not sure how many of whatever creature or attacker is there. You can take a maneuver, right? Take a perception check and see if it against their stealth to get a pinpoint on them. Try to take a pot shot, something like that. But until then, you're sort of at the mercy of these creatures to expose themselves before you can really get into action. So who wants to go first?
Kel, go first.
Yeah, I was gonna say go ahead.
So it's a you said it's a maneuver to try and spot them.
Yeah.
All right, and that is a perception check again, or
It is a perception versus. Let's see here. So it is going to be. It is going to be 3 difficulty dice, upgraded twice.
Wow.
Yeah. So an opposed perception check.
Yellow eyes better start working.
they're working all right.
Nice, dude. Look at that boost die came in there for
Right?
you.
Boost die made it happen.
All right, Kelsey, you spot one. You know?
Is it like one that's holding somebody, or it's just something up in the tree?
No. So far, they've basically reached their hands down to begin grabbing, striking, doing their whole bit, but they haven't done that yet. And you guys spotted them because they have 20-foot reach, so you guys saw them basically when they were at 10 feet away from you. Then sort of watched them coming in to attack, and that's when you get to act. So
Okay, they're at short range, or
short range. Yep, they are
short range. Okay. All right, then since Kel spots one, he's just gonna. It's a maneuver to pull a weapon.
That's correct.
So I'll take 2 strain to pull a weapon for a second maneuver, and I'll pop a shot off it.
Right up.
Oh no.
Look up in the trees.
Mark lost connection.
Sorry, Fan.
Are you guys still in?
I am.
Looks like I'm trying to
Let's see what happens.
reconnect.
Yeah.
Yeah, my internet just cut out for a brief second there. Let's see if it reconnects.
20-foot reach, dude.
I'm just not gonna say anything.
My anaconda don't want none of us. You got buns on?
No, Mark just loves those tentacles with reach.
He likes his adversaries like he likes his anime, probably.
Yeah, I'm reloading. Looks like it's gonna boot you guys.
Yep, just did.
There it goes. Yep.
Yeah, we're out.
Come on, Rams.
Who are they beating?
The Cowboys.
Oh yeah.
I was not prepared. I learned on Thursday if they were doing football this year.
I mean,
I work at a sports bar, so they were like, "Oh, by the way, football Sunday," and I was like, "Oh, really?" And they were like, "Oh, yeah." And I was like, "Oh, are we gonna bring people to help?" And they were like, "No, you're by yourself." And I was like, "Okay, see you Sunday."
Damn.
Bye. Yeah, I was like, "Oh, okay." I was like, "Really, football?" And they were like, "Yeah, didn't you hear?" And I was like, "No, I just didn't."
I was like, no, you guys never told me.
Yeah. It wasn't, because the capacity is so small and people come to watch the game. So I was like, oh, it's going to be really busy, but really they can't. People come and they want to watch the whole game. So people order food once, sit there for 3 hours. You're not really doing that much cooking. You're kind of just hanging out in a busy building, not so much, working your ass off.
Are you guys able to house people?
Yeah. But it's smaller capacity. So like cooking for 50 people over 3 hours is not a big deal. It's pretty simple to do. So it's just, at the end of the day, it's not bad.
You probably get a big rush like when the games are starting or a little bit beforehand, and then other than that, you're sitting around for 2 hours refilling water.
Exactly, right. So it's I thought it was going to be way worse than it was. I'm thankful for that. Arboreal octopi, let's get you in here.
Yeah, keep our initiatives. I heard that.
It's supposed to be the new
Next
turn.
round marker. Yeah. All right, so it's short range, so it's 1 difficulty.
It's 1 difficulty. It's definitely has a ranged defense die because of its sort of naturally resistant coverings and cover. So add a separate die.
Sure.
And I'll spend a dark side point so you can upgrade that difficulty 1 time.
Thanks. Server reset means good for me.
Yeah, there you go.
Or there you go. And it does 1 extra damage because it's in short range, so that'll be 11. Pew!
Nice.
That's better than I expected it to.
Man, whenever he gives you red dice, the challenge dice, you seem to be rolling better.
Yeah, don't keep telling that.
Well, the shot goes out. You take 2 strain for a maneuver to draw your weapon.
Yep.
Right. And that's not helping.
Yeah, that's not in there.
Right. Cool. So then draw the weapon, take the shot.
And Kel will call out, "Up in the trees! Look! Up there!"
What?
Whoa.
So thanks to Kel and his blaster shot, you do indeed spot a single dark leather-skinned 8-armed creature reaching long tentacles down from the canopy above to try to grasp and attack you. 1 person gets to go, then some bad guys get to act.
I'd like to go and use my first strike skill.
All right.
Okay, so we're at short range.
Correct. They do have ranged defense.
Okay, I want to aim for my maneuver, use my short range, and was there still a setback or no?
Yep, they have the ranged defense. So it's 1 setback die whenever you can shoot them with anything. Nice. Wow, so that one just falls out of the sky. How do you want to use your next 2 or your 2 advantage?
So do we think there are more?
Yeah, there's still more tentacles being grasped on. You just can't see any
Okay.
appreciable form to shoot at.
Gotcha. I'll pass the 2 on to whoever wants to go next.
Sure.
Actually, I only need to pass 1, right?
Yep.
For the next actor. So I'll pass 1 and I'll take 1 strain off.
I don't think these things are good eating.
I don't know. I kind of like seafood, man.
But they're
Sea
tree food.
Seafood.
It's tree food.
Good catch.
Oh, wow. I didn't even realize that. Okay. Well, then.
Things you don't want to hear in the middle of combat from your GM.
They don't stop to say the same thing.
I mean, it's got link 3. It's terrible. So so you see one of these, purple leathery skinned tentacle wielding octopi show itself, essentially becoming engaged from above. Given that the blaster fire last was from a human pilot by the name of Remo, he reaches down towards him. So the first tentacle reaches down and slaps Remo probably across the torso, where he's pretty decently protected. However, given that it pulls Remo in, he doesn't really see the second tentacle descend, wrap around, constrict, and pull Remo up a bit before two more tentacles come down and attack the poor pilot. Remo becomes unconscious and takes a critical hit from doing so. All right, Devin. So you see you see Remo sort of collapse slightly on the vegetated floor. What do you or Tyzzyt?
Devin's going to go ahead. I think Tyzzyt, do you want to go or do you want me to go? I'll go. So Devin's going to use his maneuver to aim and fire with his light blaster pistol.
You get a extra boost too.
Okay. Extra boost. So, and how many? What's the difficulty? Oh, we're at one difficulty.
Short range. Yep.
One difficulty. Okay. There we go. Boost. Okay. There we go. How about that?
So you can easily critical hit or spend the advantage in another way.
Let's do a critical hit. We got to save Remo here. Our pie.
All right. Damage. Okay, so Devin scores a critical hit.
Firing point blank gives him 2 extra damage points too. Okay.
Yeah, I put it on there. So you got that, and then the critical hit strikes him a moment later. An other octopus presents itself in the vegetation above. And hits Tyzzyt, who is able to go just then.
Do you get a negative for shooting point blank?
You upgrade.
Oh, I see. It upgrades the difficulty.
Wait, okay, so shooting at somebody who's engaged with you. The thing that I remember most is that they get a boost die at attacking you.
That's fine. I'm just gonna use my extra. I'll just have to use 2 maneuvers. I'll use a maneuver to move back.
Well, they're in short range, right?
No, so they're engaged. So above. So when you're engaged with a ranged weapon, right? You're
Two
engaged.
difficulties instead of one.
It's one difficulty, and then if you're engaged with a ranged light weapon, you add one difficulty. If you're engaged with a ranged heavy weapon, you add 2 difficulty. And then for the next turn, if that person that you just shot at attacks you with a melee weapon while you're still both engaged, they get a boost die on that check.
Okay, I'm gonna use a maneuver to back up.
Right on.
And I can use another maneuver to aim?
Yep, as long as you want to take. Yep.
Okay, so I took my 2 strain. Oh no, I was at 2 before. You put it at the start of the round. I was at 2 strain. Sorry.
Yeah, and then you take 2 right now, right?
Yeah, I put. Whenever I gained it, I had given myself 2 strain, and then I guess the system gave me 2 extra ones.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm gonna just go ahead and shoot. No setback dice for anything going on?
Nope. They didn't take cover this turn. They exposed themselves pretty significantly, actually.
Let me know if that dice... Oh, yeah, that dice needs to change.
Wait, why?
No, I was just... in case if there's something I missed.
Oh, no, yeah, you're all good. Yep. You got it. So...
Do you want me to roll crit?
Yeah, if you'd like to. So just drag it on whichever one you put the crit on.
Oh, the one that's engaging me. Octopus 3, sorry.
Nice. Scattered Senses is removes all boost die from skill checks. Oh, crazy.
And for the last one, I'm going to give the next person a boost.
Nice. All right, so there are 2 arboreal octopuses remaining. They're both above you and attacking various party members. Remo lies on the vegetation. He's breathing, but it's faint. Who wants to go first?
Kel's gonna go and try and blast the one that's was above Remo, sort of grappling him, try and blast him down to save him.
Sure.
And Kel's not engaged, so he's short range.
That's right.
And he's going to aim.
Okay.
And that'll be, again, 1 extra damage, so that's 13.
And that one will go down, releasing the body of Remo.
All right. Saving Remo.
Yeah.
Am I conscious or unconscious?
I forget what 0 is it. I don't remember how complicated it is. Just like when you get to 0, you take a critical hit and you become unconscious, right? Is that? But
That sounds like what I remember, and then I would have to recover.
yeah. Or get a stim pack or whatever.
Yeah, I just can't remember if I can function to administer one or not.
No, it looks like you're conscious until you do more. The character is incapacitated once he suffered more wounds than his wound threshold, or suffered more strain than his strain threshold. Yeah, so at 0, it looks like you're still fine. So actually, you shouldn't have even taken a critical injury.
So I will administer a stim pack then.
Okay, cool. I didn't know that. Yeah, so yeah, triggers when you're negative. Cool. It does that with. It's really weird that the minion system is like that too, where they don't take off a number until they exceed the wounds of the first minion. So it's like the minions have 5 damage, but they don't actually remove a minion model until they take 6 damage. So they're, if you do 5 damage to a minion, you'd think like, oh, okay, well, one of them's dead. It's like, no, one of them's only dead at 6 damage. I don't know.
It kind of makes sense because that's your threshold. That's how much you can take. So.
Right, yeah. It's just not any more complex than like if you're not at negative, you're not dead yet. So 0 is still alive, which is fair. So yeah, Remo goes and stims himself up. Who wants to go third?
Devin will go. And Devin's going to, for his maneuver, he's going to aim and fire.
All right.
Let's see. There. Okay, I don't think that's it.
Wow. These damage rolls have been solid for you guys.
Nice shot.
Like I said, we're good at killing stuff.
Just,
And you forgot your aim die there, Devin.
oh, a boost.
Oh yeah, roll that.
Oh, I forgot
roll
about that.
boost.
Sorry. Thank you for catching that. Yeah. Oh, even
Is that right?
Yeah.
More damage.
So then I gave you 2 for your point blank, 1 extra for that last boost die. So you're going to do
7.
looks like
10 damage.
10 damage. Yeah, well, 10 minus it.
And
Yeah.
so can I use that 1 advantage to remove a strain?
You can. Perfect. So going next is this remaining arboreal octopus that stands above, reaches down its interlinked hunting tentacles, grasping them out for really anybody you can find. Fortunately, it lands on
Oh,
Devin.
fortunately. Oh, what the heck?
well, I meant unfortunately. I really tried to say unfortunately there, but yeah, I might say unfortunately.
Devin exhales
like
some cigar smoke and just gives a big smile.
Yeah, he's ready.
Is one of Devin's criticals when the octopus hits it, destroys his cigar.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, if he gets a triumph. it's the
Oh
first
my
thing that's
goodness!
going.
Oh, we can't have that.
and now Mark upgrades its attack.
Oh my goodness!
Yeah, that's.
And he just talked about it getting a try.
So he's gonna take the crit, take a couple strain. So see you're compromised.
Compromise? Was that mean I lose my cigar?
Increase the difficulty of all skill checks by 1 till the end of the encounter. So an interesting thing about criticals is that they show up under your abilities tab on your character sheet. Now they have a severity, but they have a set duration generally in the description. But the critical injury stays on your character, even if the description of it no longer applies. So even though compromised ends at the end of this encounter with these arboreal octopi, next session or until Fen or somebody else heals the critical injury, it'll still be there. And that only affects other people's rolls on their medicine checks, but also because when you take a critical hit, it adds a +10 on the die percentage roll for every previous critical injury you have.
Oh.
So that'll eventually get you above 100, which makes those like die rolls like essentially the really high critical injuries are die. And that's the only way that your character can die. So your character can go to -1 all day long, and then go and get his critical injuries healed up, go back out, go to -1, come back and be fine. But the second he starts taking multiple critical injuries, they start adding up. He's going to eventually roll a high roll with a modifier, and then that's when the death thing occurs.
Okay, so and doing a critical with a weapon just sort of speeds that up a little bit because you're already critically wounded.
Exactly right. So if Devin took if that same roll happened, the 88 happened now, that it would be a 90. and then afterward it'd be
Yeah,
108, and then eventually it's like 120 or 130. That's like die.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
Some of those create like permanent disfigurement and stuff too, right?
yeah, exactly. They get pretty nifty. I wouldn't say it's as like, it's not a roguelike where it's actually pretty hard to die at the end of it. So. But it does make and so that's why the critical injury will stay on your character card even long after the effect or quote unquote effect of it is gone. So that's what happens to Devin there. He takes a couple points of damage as well as gets the critical hit. The Tyzzyt, you go next.
I'm gonna try to. Is the creature gonna get cover for shooting with him engaged with Devin?
You upgrade the difficulty of the attack once, and if you get a despair, the critical failure symbol, it'll hit Devin.
Oh, we don't know.
So that's what happens when you're shooting into an engagement. It's a little bit harder by upgrading the difficulty, and on a terrible roll, you're going to hit your buddy.
Just what Devin needs.
So, no setback dice, just difficulty, short range, and it's upgraded to a challenge die, right?
You got it.
Here we go.
Nice.
I'm gonna get that thing.
I think that's going to be it for the arboreal octopus. Both releasing Devin and
His cigar.
falling in a heap on the ground. Yeah, and his cigar. Yes. Yeah, exactly.
Devin leans over, picks up the still smoldering cigar, and just smiles and then inhales a great cloud.
He got a triumph. That thing's smashed.
Oh,
He's got to light a new one at least. Yeah.
Devin picks up the remains of his cigar and, mourns the loss.
could be.
You just take the leftovers and re-roll it.
There was a good. I don't recall where I got this one from. So
Thinking about it, he shrugs. So again, after these combats, it really goes from blaster fire and shouting, people rushing over to Remo to ensure he's okay, that sort of thing, to eerie silence with just the sounds of the nearby river or winds rushing around to accompany you, and really not much else. IT3PO pulls out a med kit and will offer to use it on the party, who I realize is probably pretty equally shambled.
Oh, we can all feel it.
Realizing that, he sort of looks over each of you and is, trying to decide who to use the medkit on. And he's have to ask, looking over the wreck's been here for 30 years. Do we keep going and try to use up this medkit? Do we head back to the ship for some proper healing from Fen? What do you guys want to do here?
Well, I have a lot of stim packs. I'd like to keep going.
Well, I have one stim pack if we want to keep trekking, but I am kind of feeling it.
So yeah, it's up to you guys. We could do either one. I have 5 stim packs. I can't remember the rules. Can you use those consecutively? You can, right?
Yeah, they do. The first one heals for 5 and 24 hours. Second one heals for 4, right?
Gotcha. Yeah, that's right. They decrease.
Is there any way to estimate how much further we have to go to get to the?
Oh yeah, I mean you knew where you got a pretty good reading on the hull, and you're maybe 25, 30-minute trek away. Really not that far, and you're about halfway.
Where are we? Closer to the Gomorrah or closer to the debris?
Right around halfway. It'd really be a crapshoot.
So I'm okay either way. Either keep going or head back.
So let's use. So I mean, he'll try it. If you guys keep, if he points out the rest of the canopy and is like, if you guys keep an eye for more arboreal octopus, I'll try to heal you guys up real quick.
will cover him.
Devin, while he's waiting to be healed, Devin will light another cigar and keep his eyes looking in the canopy.
Well, the med pack is completely broken due to a number of strain, this general overuse. Also, you get the feeling that IT3PO isn't really the doctor that maybe he's led himself to be. As his bedside manner is pretty lacking and his care pretty painful. However, his methods are triumphant. Takes a lot of strain and, like I said, destroys the med kit, but does indeed heal much of the party's wounds. Continuing forward, the trek from the site of the ambush to where your sensors believe the Sol Nalaor is far easier than the one to the escape pod. No crevasses or anything other than the ambush await you before, but suddenly, after the half an hour travel, hacking through the overgrowth, you peer across a clogged river, the same one that you've been following, as it leads toward a gigantic ship's aft section. Whatever happened to the vessel when it crash landed tore it in two, and the only part that you see immediately in front of you is the booster, maybe engineering section or engines of the ship. The river stops as it hits the hull, forming a little lake in front of it, but more importantly, a pretty significant waterfall that you can hear rushing beyond. Despite the size of the vessel, it actually looks pretty difficult to climb about or manipulate in any way. And so you'll definitely have to get closer and sort of survey around before you can decide what best way to approach. I think there is a pretty darn good spot to leave it, having gotten to the Sol Nalaor, and most likely being the first stellar adventurers to do so since it first crash landed trying to escape the Republic.
I'm gonna earn that explorer title.
So let me look here. Get you guys some experience. Great job, by the way. Those are some. Because the game is occasionally, deadly. Just like, oh wow, there's a lot of damage.
That's what I like about this one, and Savage Worlds is kind of the same. I mean, no matter how experienced your character is, there's one bad hit and you're going to go down.
Sure. I also think you guys did the rule stuff is going very well. You guys are doing keeping the track of all the bonuses and die really well. So that's cool.
I think that's making our combat a lot more deadly. We're getting used to the combat a bit.
I think it's going faster too in the combat.
Yeah,
Not that there's a bad pace to it at all. This has actually been a really fun game.
Oh yeah.
So it's gonna look like 15 experience points, and that includes 5 for last week that I failed to read delicately enough and didn't give you. So 15 for this session.
Yay! I do have a question mark. I don't remember if I had credits on my last character sheet, but I don't have any on this.
Oh, sure, yeah. I'll look and put this in. Yeah, you definitely did. I definitely didn't.
Yeah,
I
same
realized
here.
that. Yep. No, I 100% forgot to do that. Yeah, I put in your items and then I was like, oh, I'm done. Who needs money?
Not on Jungle Planet.
Yeah, I'm gonna buy some cats.
Tyzzyt, no trophy octopus tentacles.
I'm gonna see if I can harvest the beak, but
You pull it down from the tree, it sort of like lands on top of you.
You
yeah.
guys are all about eating a cat, but won't try to eat this octopus.
No, I hate cats. My character hates cats.
Those guys were pretty fun. It's an interesting thing to be like, oh, so they get, it's like, are they engaged when they use that sort of reachy thing?
Can
But I
we
like
spend
it.
these experience points?
Yeah,
Hey,
absolutely.
hey, Mark, I wanted to double check. So right now my agility's 3. So that to move it to 4, I'd have to spend 40 experience points, right?
I am almost positive that's the case. I think it's 4 times what you're
Okay,
moving.
I think that's what that's what.
Or 10 times.
So I'm going from 3 to 4, and so I'm thinking I need to spend 40 experience points to bump up my agility.
Yeah, 10 times what you're going to.
So that's correct.
Yep, that is
Okay,
correct.
Sounds good.
What are you guys like
I
162
have 162
experience? Okay. You're getting up there. Oh,
We got
Mhm.
15, right?
yep, you did.
Should be at 172.
You're at 172,
Yeah,
so I made you buy.
Oh,
I
that's
made you
right.
buy
You're
force
human.
and stuff, yeah. Also, yeah, you're different amounts because like Fen only got like 92 because she's silhouette 0 and has some gets more skill ranks than other races do. I think it's pretty
Gotcha,
even at the
gotcha,
end of the day. Like I think it ends up being about the same. They just force you to spend 10 or so experience on these particular skill ranks. Like, but other than that, it's you can
Okay, so
Hey, first thing I'm buying is a point of athletics.
yeah,
That's
right.
exactly what I bought. It was computer athletics, and I forgot what the other one was.
Devin was a speeder bike
yeah,
squadron.
yeah.
That's pretty bona fide. Yeah, that's not bad.
He's a biker. That's
Yeah,
hilarious.
that's pretty badass,
That's what I was thinking. Yeah.
That's why he smokes cigars all the time.
right, yeah.
He was part of a swoop gang.
That's why I
Yeah.
picked being planetary pilot too. So he did most of his traveling planet side.
Was there a reason he left the Imperial service? I forget. Was it like a
No,
court-martial
let's see, where is
thing?
it? I think he just finished his enlistment.
Okay, cool.
But yeah, because at the end of his Imperial service, shortly after the engagement. Yeah, no, he just left. He got into his engagement and decided to travel, make some money.
Yeah, I got way far away.
Try to make
Yep.
some quick cash.
Next thing you know, you're making the longest cash ever. The old
I guess
pirate
I
haul.
should have added my Imperial service code name, like a AZ345 or something in there.
Sure. Yeah. Because they stopped using clones after the war, and then they get the other ones. I forget how they try to explain it in the end, but yeah, they were no longer using. They're just enlisting folk off the street, I guess.
Hey, Mark, does it show on your side if I spent 3 or if I spent 4? Because I think I spent 3, but I want to make sure.
Oh, I only see total spent remaining.
No. Like, does it say that I put skill into a point into an ability?
No, none of that stuff. No.
Okay, I'll have to recount this up. I'm almost positive I only spent 3 though.
Like you should have one more experience point.
No. I'm talking about because I spent my experience just right now, and I'm pretty sure I just put it into athletics, computers, and perception.
Oh, I could look. There's a perception check up here. I could check.
I'll do mine on Ogdude as normal, so it keeps track for me. That way, if I go over, I can compensate for it.
Yeah, right.
And I'll update it next session.
Yep, that's right. So you're current now, Tyzzyt.
Okay, cool, awesome.
Yeah, the pace is really nuts. Yeah, you get through these like large chunks of stuff in a session.
You did a good job on this skin, man. I like it.
Yeah, it looks good. Yeah, so the sidebar stuff that's Lobo Solos. He did that, and it's like he probably put like a dozen hours into making those. Just because he found these images, and then he like did a bunch of filters on them to make them like the blue. And he did this weird thing where he did like a 3D square tilted to the left, which is just like the reason why nobody does that because it's a huge hassle to do anything with afterwards.
Yeah.
So, like I'm editing it and I'm like, man, some circular buttons with some shading, like a drop shadow or two would be sufficient, my man.
We'll see how much makes it over into the revised rule set when Chol Nebula gets there.
Yeah, I think he's just. I mean, I can't imagine because he hadn't even. I mean, I don't super care, but others really do. He had taken a bunch of graphics without asking anyways. I was the first person to contact Lobo Solo and be like, hey, can I use all the work you did to put it in the Star Wars?
So is he the one that did the old rule set?
Yeah, he did. So
graphics.
Yeah. So the old rule set in 2014 looked like nothing. Looked like Fantasy Grounds Basic, and then Lobo Solo did the updated graphics to look like this.
Gotcha.
Yeah, and so yeah, I think he's just going to port it all over. It should be, pretty normally. He said he was getting the vehicle stuff is really just next, which should be very, very simple to do.
Yeah, he's been struggling with vehicles since the beginning of the COVID. He stopped working on that rule set for several months. Actually, he got stuck with it, and then he had an epiphany about 2 months ago, I think, and he's made a lot of progress on it.
Yeah, I know so little about it not to understand why it's different from the first rule set and into why it can't convert better. But yeah, there's some major hurdles with it. There's also some. It's just there's a lot of other stuff too that would be nice, but it's really secondary to what needs to happen. I'm not sure. He says that he wants to do automation with boost die and stuff like that. It's just knowing how logic works in a computer system, especially stuff that Fantasy Grounds uses, I don't know how you would tell it to do that kind of stuff. It's a pretty complex thing to, if this person has a boost die, then they automatically add these to certain roles, but only their next one. Like it's a lot of if then suddenly that I don't know if they're going to ever really be able to get into here.
Yeah. This seems to work pretty well. I know a lot of it's still manual, but the rule set's easy enough. Between the player and the GM, it's pretty easy to figure out.
Yeah, I just wanted effects on the combat tracker so I could look at something and be like, "Oh, that's right. He has 2 boost die, not 1 boost die." That's fine to me.
So on the combat tracker, is there a way where you can see our wounds and strain on this one?
No, I have to go in. I've got to allow the option on my end to allow you guys to see it. Currently, that option is not allowable, and so the combat tracker is pretty fair. I think it's only initiative order and effects for you guys.
That's all right. On the character sheet, when you do damage, do you update that through your combat tracker, or are you doing it on the individual character sheet?
Oh, I'm dropping. So the damage script works. So when you guys roll damage, it produces like a damage colon number, and if I drag it onto the target, it subtracts the soak and adds it to them. And that accepts modifiers from the lower left. So that's how I add the point blank shot and stuff.
Okay, so you're just dragging it right out of the chat window.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah. So hopefully targeting will eventually work, but again, that's the dragging it's pretty easy. Yeah, you can drag the personal criticals too on there from the chip box.
Hey, Mark.
Yeah.
How do you want us to note abilities that you have multiple ranks of or sub-ranks in? Do you care, or?
So for your force stuff,
Yeah.
maybe do like a section like do like potential upgrades, something like that, and then like upgrades you've chosen. Just make it apparent and whatever makes sense to you, so you don't forget. So like right now yours, the stuff above upgrade for force move is what you can do with it, and then maybe even just change that description as you upgrade stuff or something.
Yeah, just basically put in one that said, put in what the upgrade and what number it is.
Yeah, that would be great. And the talents and stuff should have, you can increase that field to show ranks and such.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna take off. I will update my character, and I'll let you know what I change by next session.
Sounds great, man. Thank you for playing.
Yeah, I had a great time. This was excellent.
Awesome.
Oh yeah.
Likewise.
I'm really enjoying this game. So this is a lot of fun here.
It's good. I think we're gonna do this. Give you guys a couple more options and stuff to do, and then get into some meta plot stuff. Maybe that's kind of interesting too, and then it'll be a good time.
I'm gonna go ahead and drop out of the table here.
Right on. Well, you have a good couple of weeks and stay safe.
Yep.
Thanks, Mark. Well, I'll talk to you next time, man.
Thanks.
Really appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Thanks, Mark. Hey, Mark, don't forget if you haven't already done it last session, if you could add that to the Discord from which.
Oh yeah, I think I put it.
Did you already drop? I don't know whether you're going to put it in the same location you put the rest of the other parts of the story.
Oh yeah, I put it in like Cantina or something.
Perfect. I see it. Okay. Thank
you. Absolutely no problem.
All right, so I have a question for you.
What's up, boss?
If you look at, tell me if I'm reading this right. Can you look at the Force-sensitive exile talent tree page? 277 of the core rulebook.
Okay. Good night, guys. I'll talk to you guys later.
Good night, boss. Talk to you next.
Okay, stream. It was another session of it was the third session of what we played of Star Wars Edge of the Empire, and we kind of had a lot of combat tonight. But anyways, I hope you enjoyed it. And next we'll be playing again in 2 weeks. Same time, starts at 7 p.m. Eastern. And if you're new to the channel, please go ahead and click on the follow button. That way you can get notifications when we go live. And if you're really interested, this is September. Go ahead and subscribe to it. Or if you have an Amazon Prime, you can do a subscription through there for free. Okay. Well, good night, guys. Thank you. Thanks again, and till next time.